Can I get your attention? We're going to start the meeting. Thank you all for being here tonight. We're going to change up the agenda here since we do have so many children here so we can get them out. We're going to do the call to order, and then we're going to go down to 4.03 and then 4.01 and 4.02, and then go back up and do our other items, okay? If you would all rise for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Dr. Moxley.
Yes, good evening, everyone, and welcome to our school board meeting tonight.
We need quiet so that we can move forward. If we need to shut those doors, please.
It's very exciting for us to have our students with us tonight, to recognize them, many in the areas of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. I hope you had an opportunity to enjoy some of the demonstrations of our robotics teams from several of our schools, and we're going to be recognizing them now. So I'm going to invite Dr. David Christensen to come forward and do our honors. We will start with the recognition of the robotics teams and how successful they have been. So we're thrilled to have them here tonight.
Absolutely. Good evening. Good evening, Chair Stivner. Good evening, Chair Stivner, Superintendent Moxley, board members. It's my honor to recognize these wonderful students for their accomplishments in robotics. And I know you were all excited to see those firsthand as you walked in today. We are going to recognize the teams from Fruitland Park Elementary School, Cypress Ridge Elementary School, and Carver Middle School. They're part of the Florida VEX Robotics State Championships on February 21st at the University of South Florida's Sundome in Tampa. And these top teams qualified to compete at the World Championships in Louisville, Kentucky. World Championships will take place just around the corner in Louisville, Kentucky. That'll be April 14th to 19th. At this time, I'd like to call each sponsor who puts in a lot of time and effort to make this happen. First of all, representing the Fruitland Park Elementary Wizards, teacher Crystal Rizzo. Miss Rizzo.
I love the hats.
Dencove Bryant. Lexi Cowgill. Nicola DeGeorge. And Sydney Williams.
Can you have them come and stand? If they did they put one up here? Their project, is it up here?
No.
Okay.
Oh, their robot?
Yes.
They have their robot in their hand.
Okay, if you put it up here, and I think it'd probably work better if you just stand behind it. We'll come down there when we get all three of them together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. So we'll just have the students line up along the front there with their robot. That's great.
Thank you.
Now, before we
Face
go,
that
are
way so
there
you're on
any
TV.
parents of these four outstanding young people? I see hands in the back. Thank you for being here. certainly deserve a lot of recognition too, because I know you've been supporting these young people, so thank you for being here. Okay, next group.
Next group from Cypress Ridge Elementary, the Beta Bots teacher, Ashley Phipps. Come on forward, Ashley. From Cypress Ridge Elementary, Ethan Loden. Matthias Peroni. Cohen Phipps. Emma Shower.
All right, and if you are a parent of one of these fine, outstanding young people from Cypress Ridge, would you please stand or let us know where you are? We want to recognize you as well. Thank you very much, and we're going to have you come and get a picture made and stand over there to the left. Thanks.
And now Carver Middle School representing two groups, the Hunters and the Avalanche, teacher Bart Nash. Mr. Nash, come on forward.
All right, so I'm going to brag a little bit. I know everybody else didn't, but I'm going to. I actually have three teams up here, mostly 7th and 8th graders, but mostly 7th graders. A fantastic group of kids who put in work 7 days a week, even on the weekends. I got pictures in my email of them working in a garage this Saturday at like 10 o'clock at night, trying to get ready for Worlds. The first team that I'm going to represent is the Raider Gators. Obviously, they're Gators fans. And they actually placed second in the state championship, and I'll be going to Louisville, Kentucky. And that's Matt Jakowski. Acadia Swartz. Marshall Widman. And Joey Jarrett. Okay. The next students that I'm going to call up are competing and with the bigger robots, and they competed, and they were actually at the championship. They placed second, and they lost to their partner team from the same school, one of the other teams I'm going to announce. But they also took first in programming skills. They programmed their robot to move autonomously on its own and pick up things and score. And they were actually leading the state with high schools and middle schools. They were beating high school teams, and they were able to become number one in the programming skills and then take second in the tournament overall. And that's my 2049A Avalanche team, and that is Dylan Humphreys and Andrew Junkin. And of course, the team they lost to was their partners at the same school. Taking first place are the Hunters, appropriately named by the shirts here. And they were number one in the state for middle school VEX Robotics competition, winning the whole thing. And that's going to go to Noah Burry. Harrison Dykus. Caleb Laware. William Piles. And Craig Yox. And I'm very proud of all the teams. They put in a lot of hard work, and we're looking forward to Kentucky in April.
And you need to do your marketing bit. Coach Nash. Coach Nash, you need to give your marketing bit. They need money to go to Kentucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need money. We're gonna beg. Yeah, we were trying to raise money to get there. It's for all of these teams up here. It's $850 to register a team. Obviously, we have 3. The other schools have 1. You know, hotels, rooms, and everything else is very expensive. So if you could help us out, contact us through email. That'd be great. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Brandyberg?
Yes, I would like to say thank you to Mr. Nash. It is because of Mr. Nash that we have the robotics program that we have. He and his brother and a couple other teachers have been hosting the tournament that's been held at Carver Middle School the last 5 years.
More.
6th year. And it is amazing. There are teams from all over the state of Florida who come up here. They compete, and you see all of these fine young men and women who are competing. And good luck in Louisville. I know you will just have a great time, and you'll make us proud. So thank you, Mr. Nash.
We would like to congratulate each of the students and their teachers. If we're going to ask them if they'll stand up so we can see you again. They have been so wonderful. We're going to ask you to come around, and Dr. Christensen right over here, he's going to show you how to come back up here so we can shake your hand. We want the 3 teachers to join as well. Now, we want to make sure we recognize our Carver Middle School parents as well, because if you are a parent of one of our Carver Middle School students that was just recognized, would you please wave your hand or stand up? We want to recognize you as well. Congratulations. Wonderful. And if you'll notice, the students have their robots right up here on display. I know they were out in the foyer in the rotunda, and they were actually doing some of their strategies and demonstrating the robots. What a fabulous program. Thank you for everyone that supports this program. It is an opportunity for our students to excel in ways that we have never seen before, and it's just a wonderful thing. So thank you for everyone that supports this program. Congratulations to our students, and we will be encouraging and cheering them on as they go to Kentucky.
Okay, so you guys are leaning against the wall again.
All right. Thank you very much. And we'll ask the students that are up here, if you want to go ahead and pick up your robots, you'll be able to follow your teachers. I know you're excited. We'll give them just a second. Okay. Okay. David.
David, could you turn the volume up, possibly? We've had a request.
The next recognition we're going to do is our students that participated in STEM Bowl. And Dr. Christensen, I believe you're going to do the honors for that as well.
Good evening again. We're thrilled to be here tonight and again recognize science, technology, engineering, and math winners. This is our STEM Bowl competition winners. These folks went through a great deal of preparation, hard work, and commitment to make this happen. From what I understand, the idea for this experience originated from Rose Sedley and our own board member here, Stephanie Luke. So we want to say thank you, Ms. Luke, for your vision for this event. Thank you to Superintendent Moxley, board members, district staff, teachers, students, principals, and parents who helped this event be a great success as it is year after year. At this time, I'd like to call Stephanie Barrett, who's our program specialist, to help recognize our winners. Ms. Barrett.
Good evening. Thank you. Congratulations to all the winners. I'm going to do my best with your names, so I apologize if I mispronounce. Third grade, Claremont Elementary, Mark Masterjohn. Lila Lohman, Claremont Elementary. Ethan Miller from Claremont Elementary. Okay. Tristan O'Hay from Claremont Elementary. Connor Penderson from Claremont Elementary. And the third grade team sponsor for Claremont Elementary, Linda Gooden. Right now. Yep. Okay. Okay. And they're done.
No, just move them down.
We're going to just keep everyone here.
Okay,
We'll-
Sorrento Elementary for second place. If your whole team could come up. Sorrento. Jordan Fournier. Sir, there you go. Noel Vu. Noel. Okay. Valerie Valverde. Caleb Height. Right here. And Brielle Ginther. And the team sponsor, Dorinda Deaton. There you go. Thank you. And our first place winners for Eustis Heights, if you guys could come up. Michelle Marquez. Cameron Holmes. Riley Miller. Bryson Renard. And Sheila Chavez. And the sponsor, Aaron Grenadier. Okay, for fourth grade, our third place winners were Sawgrass Bay Elementary. Caden Guy. Okay. Jordan Magna. Dakian Bonilla. Jeremy Santana. And Ben Santarelli. There you go. And the team sponsor, Jennifer Costa. Thank you. Our second place winners for fourth grade are Claremont Elementary. All right. Let's see. Yep. Looking. And the sponsor for Claremont Elementary is Miss Vanessa King. First grade winners for fourth grade were Cypress Ridge Elementary. Parker Brooks. Grace Flynn. Ethan Loden. Carly Binda. Matthias Peroni. And Joe Davidson. Thank you, Sharon. And Miss Virginia Shea. Thank you. All right. Third place for fifth grade was Umatilla Elementary. Grace Kessinger.
You can line them up
Zane
across the
McSheedy.
front.
Okay. Harry Denise. Here. Riley Nobles. Okay. And Mr. Mark Wilson. Second place for fifth grade was Seminole Springs Elementary. Colin Small. Lindsay Fiedler. There we go. Emmanuel De La Paz. Niall Myers. Ethan Rada. And Miss Sally Wolford. And Maria Hargrove. And first place winners for fifth grade was Treadway Elementary. Danica Metcalf. Rejish Patel. Abby Hubbard. Jace DeSantis. Melissa James. And the team sponsor was Cynthia Moore. Congratulations to all you winners. You did a fantastic job.
As long as her name's.
I'm still in it. I'm still in it. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations again.
Yeah, that's
Okay, as the students are leaving, if those are of you in the rotunda, let them get out, then you can come in and sit down in their place.
We still have regional scholars. Just be ready to go. We really want to congratulate our STEM students. I know that they are exiting the auditorium. They are going home, I'm sure, to get a good night's rest for tomorrow. And I really want to thank the parents and the administrators and staff that were here that work on this program. So thank you very much for being here tonight. We have one more recognition. At this time, I'd like to recognize Dr. Marilyn Doyle, our Chief of Administration, who will do the recognition of our regional scholars.
Good evening, Madam Chair, school board members, and Superintendent Moxley. Each month, we bring before you a group of students that we recognize for their...
Okay, we have a presentation going on, so if y'all will come in quietly, please, and find a seat. Thank you very much.
Each month, we bring before you a group of students that we recognize for their academic accomplishments. And this month, we're bringing to you the South Lake region. So we will present to you regional scholars from the South Lake area, and Jan Tobias, our Director for Student Services, will do the presentations.
Good evening, Dr. Moxley and members of the board. As you remember, our regional scholars began in October, and again, the children are chosen at the school level, and the things that are looked at are high averages and grades, test scores for high school AP and dual enrollment courses, extracurricular activities, leadership, and community service. So the regional scholars, some may still be coming in because we were kind of in and amongst, but our first regional scholar is from South Lake High School. Mr. Rob McHugh is here tonight with her, and her name is Gigi Martinez. Gigi. South Lake indicates that Gigi is one of their highest ranked seniors. She is a shining example of a young woman who takes her education seriously, sets her sight on her goals for the future, and then lays the groundwork to achieve those goals. She is a young woman with a wide variety of intellectual interests. She is most passionate, however, about mathematics, literature, and psychology. She wishes to double major in college, focusing on neuroscience and journalism. However, her eventual career goals is to become a corporate attorney and author. She began laying the foundation to achieve those lofty ambitions immediately after entering high school, taking as many honors and AP classes as she could and achieving outstanding grades throughout. Accepted at the University of Florida in Stetson, Gigi's awaiting acceptance to Harvard. She excels not only in the classroom, but also out of the classroom as well. She is voice of South Lake, greeting our school family each morning with the recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance, our moment of silence, and the morning announcements. She is president of our student government and vice president of our National Honor Society. She truly is the embodiment of a school leader, and her focus, drive, and passion for excellence are second to none. I give you Gigi.
Wow.
Ray Middle School is represented here tonight with Pam Shatnu, the principal. Their regional scholar is Kayleen Peraza. Is Kayleen here? Kayleen's family may have had an alternate obligation tonight. So they give us their condolences, but I want to let you know that Kayleen enjoys participating and showing school pride in organizations. Some clubs she is actively involved in are National Honor Society, Future Business Leaders of America Drama Yearbook Committee, and Cheer. She has been her honor to be elected to serve as president of both the National Junior Honor Society and FBLA, and becoming the cheer captain. So she has many accomplishments, and we are glad to have her as one of our regional scholars. Groveland Elementary's scholar is represented tonight by her teacher, Charles Carnold. And Mr. Carnold and his Regional Scholar of the Year is Jasmine Landeberty. Jasmine. I know Jasmine is here. Jasmine is a model student who has excelled above her peers on the selection rubric. Over the years, she has attended Groveland Elementary School. She has performed at a high level of excellence in and out of the classroom. She is a model student on a daily basis, asking thoughtful questions during discussion and voicing her opinion when needed. Jasmine is the classroom fact checker. Because if a mistake has been made, she will catch it and then explain why it is incorrect.
I love it.
Her involvement in extracurricular activities has not hindered her academic performance, but has added balance to this well-rounded student. It is truly exciting to see the beginning of the wonderful things she will accomplish in the years to come. I give you Jasmine. Pine Ridge Elementary's Regional Scholar of the Month is represented here tonight by her principal, Stephanie Majewski. And Ashley Sohit. Is Ashley here? Ashley, good. Although only in 5th grade, Ashley has many years of achievements to celebrate. In addition to being a student during her academic career, she has been involved in extracurricular activities and hobbies for several years. She represented Pine Ridge in the STEM in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grades. She has been dedicated library aide every morning for 2 years. Last year, she was invited to join the National Elementary Honor Society and serves her community through club projects, including hosting a veterans breakfast and a Super Bowl canned food drive in January. She also holds the coveted title of Pine Ridge Safety Patrol, a highly sought-after leadership position at the school. She donates her used books to charity and to a younger classroom at Pine Ridge. Additionally, she has been enrolled in Claremont Academy of Dance for 5 years and practices several nights a week. She is focused on being the best she can be and on securing a bright future. In fact, every bit of money that she earns or receives, she puts away for college. We are so proud of Ashley and all she does. I give you Ashley.
We would love to have the parents of any one of these students please stand so we can recognize you and congratulate you as well. There are throughout the audience. Congratulations and thank you for being here tonight. We'd like to personally congratulate everyone.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Well done.
If you would like to speak on any topic other than 11.01, please fill out your card, because once we get to public input, we will not take any more cards. If you came in late after I announced it, you do not have to fill out a card in order to talk about 11.01. It is a public hearing, and you will be asked if you want to speak. But I already have 70 cards up here, so thank you. Dr. Moxley.
Okay, moving on, we're going back up to the top of our agenda, and it's with great honor and privilege that I introduce to you our student representative for the month of March. This is Kelsey Collins, and I'm going to ask Kelsey to stand. Kelsey is a senior at South Lake High School, and Mr. Matthias is going to welcome Kelsey up here as our board rep. Let me tell you a little bit about Kelsey. Kelsey is a senior at South Lake High School, and following graduation from South Lake High School, he plans to attend Southern University in Lakeland, Florida, to major in music education, and he'd also like to take part in the ministry of worship music. His goal is to be involved in education and one day open an affordable private Christian boarding school that provides a quality education for students grades 7 through 12th grade. Kelsey has been a very academically oriented student and a very talented musician. Even starting in elementary school, he has been on the A and AB honor roll and took part in the 5th grade play. He also took part in advanced classes, and again had the leading role in school plays like Annie and a Christmas Carol. He also was a singing Gator Show Choir MVP and Musicianship Award in 2010-2011. In high school, he again participates in many advanced and AP honor classes. He is the South Lake High School afternoon announcer. He is the student member of the Student Government Association. He has been very active in the AVID program, a chorus member, a spokesman, and Base One. He has also been an FBLA, which is Future Business Leaders of America member, been the chapter secretary and treasurer, and the district secretary and the current chapter president. He placed first in business presentation. State competition is coming up here in March, I believe, just right around the corner. He has been a volunteer camp counselor, and he also volunteers at Mascot Elementary School. He is an accomplished musician. Songwriting and singing are in his repertoire of skills, along with playing the piano and music composition. I welcome Kelsey Collins. It's also a privilege to have such outstanding students that come and represent the Student of the Month here on our board. I see Kelsey's family is here. I'm going to ask them to stand. His parents are here, along with his brother and sister that are here to support Kelsey. I also saw Mr. McHugh, the principal at South Lake High School, and I believe the assistant principal is here as well. There she is in the back. So Ms. Updike is here as well. So thank you very much for being here, and we look forward to hearing Kelsey's report in just a few minutes on our agenda. Continuing on with introductions, it is again my honor to introduce to you our Teacher of the Year, Lake County's 2016 Teacher of the Year, Mr. Justin Crouch from Umatilla High School. So welcome to Justin. A week ago, we had the opportunity of identifying our Teacher of the Year, and Justin was one of 3 finalists. And throughout the upcoming board meetings, we'll have an opportunity to meet the other 2 finalists. But Mr. Crouch began his Florida teaching career 4 years ago as a social studies teacher at Umatilla High School. He continues to serve in that role, as well as the department chair, mentoring other teachers and facilitating weekly professional development meetings. He serves a wide range of students, from those all the way from students that need a little extra support in reading all the way up to advanced placement in macroeconomics course that he teaches, and he uses innovation and innovative ways to help all students, meeting them where they are and taking them where they have an opportunity to all perform at their potential. He wrote lesson plans that are being used in economics and AP macroeconomics throughout the county, so he contributes to the teaching profession and the social studies area and curriculum throughout our district. The interesting thing is that Mr. Crouch has also been instrumental in working with Umatilla High School in their next gen systems grant for personalized learning for students. He wrote in his application, "I'm afforded the opportunity to work with a very close community that deeply cares about the successes of their students." And Mr. Crouch is certainly indeed one of the leaders at Umatilla High School. So I think when you hear him speak, you'll understand why he is Teacher of the Year, representing all our outstanding teachers here in Lake County, and we're just very proud of his accomplishments. I know that there is a proud principal and assistant principal sitting there in the back that are here with Mr. Crouch to cheer him on and always provide that support. Thank you very much to the administration at Umatilla for being here as well. And I know that, Mr. Crouch, we are very thankful to Jenkins Automotive Group for this year providing and investing in education and recognizing our Teacher of the Year, because they provided a brand new a 2015 Jetta for the Teacher of the Year to have for 3 years at no cost to them. And so we want to also recognize Jenkins Automotive Group for their strong partnership. That is a first here in Lake County. We're so excited, and I know that Mr. Crouch was very excited to take those keys a week ago Saturday night and drive home. So we welcome Mr. Crouch and look forward to your words of wisdom here in just a few minutes. Continuing on, we've had a lot of district highlights tonight. We just talked about Teacher of the Year. We shared about our robotics team. We do have some high school robotics teams that will be at UCF this Friday in the first robotics competition that they have at many of our schools that have entered that. We also want to really recognize this past week we signed a memo of understanding for our new Health Sciences Collegiate Academy, and that is in partnership with Lake Sumter State College, South Lake Hospital, the University of Central Florida, Montverde Academy, and Lake County Schools. So this is really the first of a very unique partnership, and we're very excited about this because our students will be able to concentrate on the health sciences arena. They will start in their 9th and 10th grade with a very robust academic program, transfer as dual enrollment students, remaining very much inclusive of Lake County schools, but be full-time at Lake Sumter State College. And throughout these 4 years, they will be participating in activities through South Lake Hospital to get firsthand experience in the health sciences and all the areas that touch that. So there's many technological career areas as well. So there's so many opportunities for our students. We're very excited. We're hopeful that this will be one of several in our district that we can replicate. So we're going to pilot this next year and get it off the ground so that we can replicate this throughout our high schools and throughout our community. And all 3 high schools, South Lake High School, East Ridge High School, and Lake Minneola High School, all 3 of them will be participating, and we will have a total of 100 students, inclusive of Montverde Academy. But we will have our students from all 3 high schools actually coming together and forming this cohort. So it truly is a joint partnership even among our 3 high schools. So we're very excited about this experience. I also want to thank the Education Foundation. We'll hear a report from them for a successful rubber duck race this past weekend. 9 9 individuals. Actually, their Ducks won. We had a winning scholarship for a college scholarship, and there were many other prizes, and so we'll be saying congratulations to them. But this is a really wonderful total district-wide event, and it's under the coordination of our Education Foundation, and I know it's a lot of work, so thank you. I know Carmen Cullenbat is in the audience. So we always want to say thank you to our parents, our community, our principals, our teachers, our district staff for every day, the hard work that you bring to the table to make our district an outstanding district. So thank you to all of you, and I want to give everyone a round of applause for their hard work and support of our school district, and most of all, our students. So that. Okay, changes, amendments, additions, and deletions to our agenda. Board members, as I told you earlier today at our workshop, I will be pulling 11.02. We will be bringing that back at the March 23rd workshop. And then in board docs, we've made the corrections to the policy 7.62 as from our workshop this afternoon. And I believe everything else is in order.
Do the board members have anything they'd like pulled? Thank you very much. Dr. Moxley?
Then moving right along, I'd like to recommend approval of the minutes from the school board workshop of January 26, 2015, regular school board meeting of January 26, 2015, and special school board meeting of February 9th, 2015, as presented in board docs.
You've heard the superintendent's recommendation. Is there a motion?
So, second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next item would be public input. And we have quite a few of those also. Kim Cronin is first, and I'm going to call them out in twos, so you can go to either mic. Kim Cronin, and then Stuart Klatt.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. Wanted to just bring you some thoughts on your copy contract. I understand in today's day we need more access at schools for copiers and for copies to be done and given to students. I don't know if it was maybe 10, 12 years ago, there was a big to-do about closing down the copy center and contracting it out, and was proven to be that we did it cheaper here at the district. So my thought is, let's do what we've got to do with the schools and maybe look at downsizing our copy center. There was talk a couple of years ago about moving it over to the warehouse where the paper was. So I just wanted to give you that thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Klatt.
Hi, Superintendent Moxley, Chair Stivender, board members. Given the past week with the testing, I would like to thank Lake County teachers because they had to be flexible, had to maintain students, provide education with sometimes was a stop and go kind of system. And then as I talked to one of our state senators, we talked about the validity of starting a test, stopping it, knowing what the writing prompt is, and then finishing it in the next several days. His comment was that it's really up to the local school district how they're going to handle the high-stakes nature of the testing, given the validity questions and problems. He also told me that 98% of the teachers in Florida are rehired. I just thought that'd be interesting for you. But overall, I want to thank all of the teachers. We did a study this last couple weeks and found that pretty much teachers do an extra 10 to 20 hours a week in extra work. And you've seen tonight with all of the students, the STEM, the regional scholars, the teachers helping them out, coaching them, making that happen. And it's because of that extra unpaid work that makes it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klatt. Christine Magnifico and Jennifer Peterson.
Good evening, board members. For months, parents have come to you and warned you about the pitfalls of the FSA testing and the quality of our children's education. We understand that you have also warned the DOE about the pitfalls of said testing. Sadly, I feel that the board members have had multiple opportunities to get ahead of the debacle that happened this past week. In theory, we as parents want what you want. We want good education for our kids. We want accountability, but we want fair and reliable and validated accountability. The execution of those goals has failed the children and the parents of Lake County miserably. What we have before us is vague direction for our NR2 students, leading to legal intervention needed by parents to sign their children out of school. School administration only have two options in not releasing students. Those are custody issues and the lockdown of a Lake County school. The Lake County School Board can ill afford negative publicity because potentially an officer who's willing to follow the letter of the law could arrest an administrator for holding students when they should have been released. The students of Lake County deserve better from this school board. Parents at multiple schools were told that the principals tried to clarify this issue with you, and they got no direction. What we also have is a severe lack of validity for the scores taken this past week. I have a 10th grader at home. I asked him at the beginning of the week how testing was going to go down. He said there's not enough computers, so half of us will test on Tuesday and half of us will test on Thursday. Multiple 10th graders have reported, I've checked with multiple parents, that some of them were able to test on Tuesday, many of them were not. Those that tried to test on Thursday, over half of those were unable to test. Where is the validity when we have students who we all know signed the acknowledgement, but we all know children are children. They're not bound by contracts, they're children. And if a 10th grader is worried that he may not graduate because he's heard that if he doesn't have a passing FSA, he won't move out of high school, do you think that he wouldn't have a leg up if he went to one of his friends and asked what that prompt was about and researched it before he was able to log into that test? Where is the validity for Lake County scores when children are given a heads up on what they're about to be tested on? Even if that isn't the case, what happens when the window closes and there are still students out there who haven't tested? Where are their scores and where's that validity? Where is the validity when there's days worth of gaps in testing? I am proud to be part of a group of parents who went to Tallahassee to let our legislators know the non-Pam Stewart version of education these days. Senators and representatives were appalled to hear about the validity issues we raised. One senator frankly stated that your district has the power to hold these children harmless from these results this year. He said that teachers in the districts receive a pass on the results for a designated time period and that you should use this year as a beta test to figure out how to work these problems out. They have many bills in place, but none of them will help our children this year. I ask you to hold our children harmless from these results as it's evidence that Lake County is not ready for these stakes. We cannot be the only advocates for our children. We need your help. We need action, not finger pointing. We want your help, but without it, we'll continue to travel to Tallahassee, and we will be the change that our children need.
Thank you.
My name is Jennifer Peterson, and I also wanted to talk about testing. Particularly, I wanted to talk about the kids that are opting out. I am one of the admins for Opt Out Lake County, and I know opt-out isn't allowed. We're participating to the legal minimums of the law. But one of the big concerns is what to do with these children who are refusing to answer the questions of the test. I can tell you the principal at my school, because I sent letters and emails and asking, can we give them some sort of directive? In other counties, there are some schools that are actually taking the kids who have gotten a letter from their parents saying they will only be minimally participating. They move them to a whole other room, whole separate room from the other kids. They break the seal and they go on about their day, read a book, do extra learning. We want our kids to learn. So I asked for something to be done in Lake County, and I know I'm not the only one that asked, and all that was released was the statement that Lake County Schools treats students, staff, and families with the utmost respect and courtesy. Students will be administered state assessments as required by statute. It is the expectation that students will follow the rules of conduct established for the testing environment. and will not be disciplined for refusing to take the test. If there is any disruption that compromises the testing environment, normal test administration procedures will be followed and the student will be removed from the classroom. So this is a little bit disturbing to us because fortunately I am able to sign my son out from school, and his principal was very respectful. She was very respectful towards me, yet professional. But we have a lot of parents who can't sign out their children from school. So their question is, what is the preferred method of disruption so their child doesn't have to sit and stare for 2 hours? Obviously, we would prefer that you guys put out some sort of directive. My principal said, I'm just not comfortable doing anything without them telling me they've got all these bully tactics thrown at them, not from you guys, but the Pam Stewart letter and their jobs around the line and everything else. They're not comfortable making that call. They need you guys to give them permission to be able to do something with the kids, because we don't want our kids to disrupt the kids who want to take the tests. We want them to be able to have other learning accommodations, but we're not really getting any cooperation from county level for our principals and the admin to do what is needed to do for the best interest of all children.
Thank you. Shannon Houston and Laura Johns. And as they're coming forward, I know everyone has an opinion and they want to say something. That's why we have you fill these out. So please give the people that are standing up here the respect so we can hear what they're saying to us. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shannon Houston, and I'm the proud mother of 3 Eustis students. My story happens last Tuesday when I asked my oldest daughter, who is 15 years old, if she knew anybody at school who was planning on opting out. She said, "What is that? No, you can't opt out of a test." 2 days later, with a bunch of research, she came to me and she said, "I'm opting out." I said, "You can't do that." And she said, "Yes, I can." And she came back to me with the research. We reviewed it, and I said, okay. When I gave her the permission to take it off, I said that my schedule was too busy. I didn't have the time to go to battle and fight for her. She had to do this on her own. Wow, how wrong of a statement from a parent. I am so sorry, Audrey. I should have never said that. Your battle needs to be heard. My daughter Audrey is an A student. She has never had a B. She has had a 6 on the FCAT Writes and does multiple out-of-school activities, an extremely busy child. She could pass these exams with ease, but what about the 20 to 30% that are expected to fail on this test? What about a signature a child is expected to sign stating they can't talk to anybody about the test? Is that even legal? There are minors. They have the right to tell me what they're talking about at school and what they're doing at school. If they can't tell me what they're learning, then I should be fearing what the school is teaching. My daughter logged on and off her test and refused to sign the form. She was told by multiple teachers and principals as well she had to sign the form. What right do you have to force my child to sign something that I still don't believe is legal? My daughter had a signed note with her and my phone number to leave school after she logged on and off. They would not release her. I had to leave work, come to the school, only to find out that an attorney had to be called to allow my daughter to leave the school. Wow, is this education? What is education, I ask? It's a noun. Describe the knowledge or skills obtained or development by learning. It is testing learning. Statistics show that 1/3 of what our children are doing in schools are testing. The FSA test is 9 hours. This is longer than the test to become a physician, longer than the college entrance exam. 70% of our parents are against what you as educators and political advocates are doing to our children. There is no definite scoring for this test, and our children are being used as guinea pigs for tests that have not shown any validity. 50% of our teachers are ready to leave the educational system, not because they are not good teachers, but because they know what this political baloney is doing, destroying the definition of education.
It is time that you all rise like my 15-year-old daughter and make a stand for what is right. I ask you to believe that a minor should not be forced to sign papers without parent consent. Do you believe these tests are educating our children? Do you believe our schools are thriving or dying? Please be like my 15-year-old daughter, do the research, and stand up for what is right.
Thank you. Ms. Johns?
Yeah, hello. Thank you, Superintendent and board members, for allowing us to speak tonight. My name is Laura Johns. My daughter, Susan Epinobi, attends Eustis High School, is in the 9th grade. She came to me, I've known about the opt-out movement for quite some time. I'm good friends with the founders of the organization. We've talked about this over the past couple of years, and my daughter wasn't comfortable with it in the past. But this year she came to me a couple days before the test, and she told me that she wanted to opt out. And I looked at her and I said, okay, if that's really what you want to do, I'm going to support you. I'm going to tell you exactly what you have to do, because this takes some courage on your part as well. This isn't something I can do for you. You have to stand up on your own. And I'm very proud of her for doing that. So as the other parent said, we were not, because the state mandates participation, we had no choice but to send our kids to school that day, to log in, submit a blank test, and then we were going to come and check them out. I'd heard the day before about a parent calling 911 at an Orange County school, and I was like, well, that's not going to happen at this school. So I showed up at 8:30 to check my daughter out, and I was told, not only by the assistant principal there, the school resource officer as well, that they were under no obligation to get my child because they were in testing. I looked at them and I said, okay, you're an officer of the law. I want you to point to me what statute you're saying. Where in Florida law is it written that you can detain my child? Unless there's a lockdown or unless I don't have custody or there's some issue, I want you to show me. Met with silence and just outright refusal. I informed them then that what I definitely know that what they were doing was not legal. I said, this is false imprisonment. You cannot keep my child when I am here to check her out legally. I was again met with refusal. The assistant principal called the principal, who was also informed them, do not let her child go. At that point, and I remained calm, I was not confrontational with anybody. I said, well, I respectfully disagree with your position on this. I'm going to step out and make a couple phone calls. That was when I called a friend of mine who got an attorney on the phone. And I went back in and said, I have an attorney on the phone. Would you like to speak with him? I was told, no, I'm not speaking. The attorney advised me to ask at that point what the reason was that they were not releasing my child. The assistant principal looked at me and said, because the principal told me not to. That attorney then said, okay, and I believe she called your office, Superintendent Moxley. I don't know if she probably didn't speak to you. I'm not sure who she spoke to. Well, first you tried to get in touch with the board attorney. Then that wasn't possible because there's a private attorney, difficult to get in touch with. She called the superintendent's office. I understand your office. Called the principal, and it wasn't within a couple minutes that she was at the campus. And I got a text from the attorney saying your child should be released soon. This process took close to 2 hours.
You need to wrap it up, please.
Okay, I just have to say this, and I understand, even with the Central Florida School Board Coalition meeting today, I understand that the DOE is refusing to answer questions. I know that districts have asked the DOE how to handle these NR2s, and they are not getting any answers. But yet there are other county and other school boards that are doing the right thing, like Seminole County, and who have advised. But I would like to really demand here today that at a bare minimum, that every principal and school resource officer is informed unequivocally through the board that they cannot detain our children.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I would assume these are probably students. There's 3 of them that want to come up at the same time. Andrea Houston, Susan Thank you. And Bianca? If you'll come up and give your name into the mic, that would be great. And the other one, Lori Baxley.
Okay. My name is Susan Epinobi, and I am a freshman at Eustis High.
I'm Audrey Halston. I'm also a freshman at Eustis High School.
I'm Bianca Reveron, and I'm a freshman at Eustis High School, too. And this is like a speech we put together about FSA testing and standardized testing.
We have one question.
Which is more important?
Spending an entire school year learning a curriculum for one single test,
Or learning information that will actually help us later in life, like home economics? There was a time when teachers said, learn this because it will help you later on in life. Jump to today, and it's learn this because it's on the test.
these teachers we meet throughout life are supposed to be teaching us lessons we will never forget, lessons that will carry on with us for the rest of our lives.
And let it be known that these lessons don't come from the Common Core curriculum. Test preparation is not learning.
So why are teachers' paychecks determined on scores we get on a test we take for 2 hours?
Many people say you didn't take the test because you knew you would fail.
On last year's writing test, I got a 5.
I got a 5.5.
And I got a 6.
So no, we didn't take the test because we were incapable. We didn't take it because others were incapable.
According to the American Test Anxieties Association, about 16 to 20% of students have high test anxiety, making this the most prevalent scholastic impairment in our public schools today.
Another 18% are troubled by moderately high test anxiety. So why does the educational system rely on high-stake testing?
It's pretty safe to say that we all don't wear the same size clothing. There is no one size fits all.
Why is our education system treated with this mentality that there is a one-size-fits-all?
Not every student can take the same test because not every student has the same strengths and abilities.
Not to mention those with disabilities.
Within our school careers, we are taught countless hours of pointless information that we will never use later on in life.
I can recite the quadratic equation, but I cannot tell you how to take care of a child.
I can tell you the area of an inscribed hexagon, but God forbid I know how to pay taxes.
I can tell you...
Good one.
I can tell you the 4 basic nitrogenous bases of DNA, or even the number of amino acids in the human body, but I can't even begin how to explain to buy a house on a mortgage.
High school should be spent learning skills that will aid us in surviving in the adult world. Academics are very important, and we should be spent more time learning.
The FSA is yet another standardized test that is wasting that precious time.
This is the time we need to be taught, not tested.
Lori, the next time you go to Tallahassee, you need to take those 3 with you.
That's a tough act to follow. So I lead a group of over 1,000 Lake County citizens who are concerned of the current state of our education. We are the group that went to Tallahassee last week to fight for change in testing and bring attention to the utter debacle of the first week of the FSA. This group is not just fighting for our own children, but for all children, teachers, and districts who are being judged by an experimental test that was a disaster in Utah. I come to bring your attention to an action by one of our middle schools that is a slap in the face to those parents and students who are fighting for this district. I was notified by one of my members on Monday, March 2nd, that Eustis Middle School had put some misleading and frankly threatening information on its website. You have the screenshot. It states that if a student does not take both the writing and reading portion of the FSA, that they will have an incomplete score. If they have an incomplete score, they will be placed in intensive reading for the following school year. That is unequivocally false. As per Florida statute, if a student scores a 1 or a 2, they will be put in remediation. If they have an incomplete score of an NR2 or an NT, that is not the case. Nowhere in Florida statute does it state that an NR2 or an NT leads to remediation. An NR2 is an unavoidable situation. If a student becomes ill during a test, they will get an NR2. If a straight A student has an anxiety attack during the test, they will get an NR2. How can you justify putting them in remediation? So I called the school principal and spoke with them the next day. He stated that he was following last year's direction. He told me that students who transferred from out of state who did not have an FCAT score were to be put in remediation until they took the FCAT. I find that questionable because I'm familiar with the statute from last year as well. He then told me that he would change the wording to they may be put in remediation. So I checked the site Thursday and they did change it, but today it's not even on the site. So this kind of information or misinformation is an example of why citizens may mistrust the district. I also believe that teachers who have children in public school are first and foremost parents. Their children also have the right to score an NR2. They should not be afraid for their jobs when they are doing what is best for their children. In a district that touts anti-bullying campaign, this does not reflect well on it. You may disagree with parents who choose to participate in the FSA to get an NR2, but they still have that right. Frankly, when districts are asking not to be judged on these tests for 3 years and last week's train wreck, parents are just asking for the same thing that the districts are. So I encourage Lake County to really look at the reasoning behind what these parents are doing because it involves your arguments. Do not divide us. The Florida DOE is not your friend, we are. I suggest that Lake County follow in Seminole County's footsteps and respect the student's right to get an NR2. Thank you.
Dr. Burns and Dr. Mark Carlson.
Hello. My name is Dr. Burns. I'm a parent. I'm a co-chair of the Bipartisan Lake County Testing Coalition, and I'm a spokesperson for the Lake County Healthy Schools. Last week, the FSA rolled out, and senators described it as, quote, nothing less than a disaster for school districts and students across the state. And also, superintendents called it a catastrophic meltdown. The validity and accuracy of the FSA is highly questionable. SB 1642 has held districts harmless during the 2014-15 school year. Teachers have a hold harmless during this year because the test is neither reliable nor valid during this baseline year. Our children have no such protections. Third grade children, 8-year-olds, will be held accountable to this test. If they do not pass this test, which we expect will have a failure rate as high as 70%, they will fail third grade. With a failure rate that high, no matter how they shift the curve, it is very likely that this test will fail top children and pass kids who don't read on grade level. Children are not small adults. They can be easily tripped up by a test designed this poorly. I know that it is state law that third grade students who get a 1 on the FSA do not pass fourth grade. However, you have a unique chance to help kids by reworking the student progression plan before the final vote on March 23rd. We know there are good cause exemptions which allow a child who has failed the FSA to pass fourth grade. These kids can either take a different standardized test or they can do a portfolio. I have a packet for you all with a chart showing that children in Marion County who failed the test in 2013 had 2.5 times better chance to get to fourth grade than our own kids in Lake County. What's the big difference between these counties? We lived right next to each other. It is how we handle the portfolio option. 6% of kids in Lake County passed the portfolio, while 77% passed in Marion. That amounts to 16 kids in Lake County out of 250 in Lake County. Our portfolio is too stringent. It's broken. We use a portfolio which is nothing but a test of tests, and educators tell me that it is next to impossible to get kids to pass it. This is not what the legislature intended when they created this portfolio option. Our county has removed section S1008.256C from the portfolio in our progression plan. Districts that have included this statute in their progression plans have a much higher rate of passing children to fourth grade because they can effectively use the portfolio. Essentially, the teacher and the principal, real people, decide if the child is on reading level based on a true student portfolio of the student's classwork grades, IEP, etc. And together they make a decision about retention. On top of this problem, our progression plan mandates summer school to complete the portfolio. That makes no sense at all for kids who have already proven they can read. I strongly suggest that you change the language of this draft to reflect a true student portfolio and remove the mandatory summer reading camp. I look forward to reading the new draft. I have that packet, and I also have what many people have mentioned, the Seminole County letter.
You would give them to Ms. Challenger, then. Yes, ma'am. Dr. Carlson?
Hi, my name is Dr. Carlson. I'm here to talk about what a huge mistake it would be to use the FSA scores for determining remediation for junior and high schoolers. I know what it's like to be erroneously placed in a 9th grade remedial reading. When a child is mistakenly placed in remediation, they don't learn, they regress. At best, in my remedial reading class, I learned how to keep my mouth shut and not offend students that were having trouble. I believe I was the exception to the rule in my day, but if you use the FSA scores to place students in remediation, you will be harming the children who will be erroneously placed. We all know that the FSA has been a complete disaster, and there are serious concerns about whether it is valid or accurate. Despite the Florida Department of Education's Commissioner Pam Stewart's hand-waving, she can not magically make this testing disappear. We will not let this go, because in the midst of this mess lies our children. The FSA is expected to have a 60 to 70% failure rate. With that high a failure rate, it is clear that many kids who would otherwise be good students will fail, while kids who actually need remediation will pass. The test score will not place children correctly. Even with a curve, a test that flawed cannot be morally used. I understand that the board didn't have much control over the FSA, but you do have control over how the test results are used. The FSA results are scheduled to be released 6 months into the fall of the 2015-2016 school year. After the state validates the data, our district's student progression plan says that any child in middle or high school that receives a 1 or a 2 on the FSA will be required to take remedial classes. These remedial reading classes must replace an elective. Elective courses are important. They motivate children and broaden their educational experience. They give kids a chance to enjoy school instead of just dreading classes they should not have to attend in the first place. It's important to remember that for the 2015-16 school year, the Florida DOA has said the districts are not required to reschedule students who have not earned a passing score on the FSA into remediation courses. Also, children who are placed into honors and AP courses should not be placed based on their academic, or should be placed on their academic merit and not based on the FSA results. FSA is dramatically flawed and should not be used to place students. We ask that, like Seminole and other counties, Lake County place students based on factors other than FSA results. We need you to minimize the damage that this testing is going to do to our children who are still being held responsible in this non-validated baseline year. Therefore, we are asking you to either change the Lake County student progression plan to make kids who receive 1s and 2s on the FSA based on their educational merit instead of the score, or to vote no on this version of the student progression plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Burns and Vance Yoakum.
My name is Ann Burns, and I'm a first grade teacher in Lake County. We're back in first grade here now. I'm here tonight to address the 2 new computer programs being mandated by the county office. iStation, a reading program UCF gave us free of charge to pilot for 5 years, and iReady, a math program the county purchased. Both programs test the students' reading and math skill levels. It starts them at the appropriate levels, monitors them, then tests them to see if they have passed that level. Both programs would be good supplemental programs for our students to practice and improve their skills. Unfortunately, Lake County thinks this program is the new silver bullet to fix student achievement in reading and math. Teachers are being mandated to give every student 60 minutes of computer time in both programs every week. If a student is in RTI 2, which is a remediation intervention program, they are required to have 30 minutes of iStation per day. In my classroom with 6 RTI students, this comes out to about 39 computer hours per week, with 3 to 4 computers sometimes working. Using iStation for RTI purposes is not in the best interest of the child. In the first place, the validity of this would depend on whether the student is attending to the program, not looking around inattentively, as many of our at-risk students do, and whether the test is appropriate and valid for first graders. Teachers are reporting inaccurate test results caused by our young children's inability to operate and navigate the computers properly. To even begin to make this effective, an adult would need to monitor individual students while they are using the program, and this is not possible. The numbers of computer hours we are being asked to log students onto these programs are excessive. Are the students to be on the computers during whole group instructional time? Is the teacher's instruction time not considered important? I feel we are misusing technology when we value a computer program over the lessons teachers are instructing. Children today need the human element in their lives. They need the interaction a teacher gives them in their lessons. They need redirection and encouragement to stay on task. Technology does have its place. Let technology support us and not replace us. I am asking you to stop the iStation program for RTI remediation purposes and drop the mandated times on iStation so teachers can have the freedom to use this technology appropriately.
Mr. Yocum.
I've heard a lot of very intelligent arguments, and I hope that you as a board discuss and plan some sort of course of action to act on these when you have your reports session and you just don't let this thud drop to the ground. However, I'm here to talk about textbook content. I'm concerned about the bias of information that is flowing through textbooks over the last several years. And I'm concerned about values indoctrination and separation of church and state, which many people are familiar with. I'm not a church guy, but I really respect and follow Christian values. So I wanted to look and see what was in the world history books that you use for your teachers and your students. There's a 6th grade book and there's a 10th grade book. The 10th grade book has been reported in the press several times about indoctrination of Islam. So I looked for sections in these books, and I want to thank the administration for being open and transparent and allowing me access to both the regular books as well as the teacher editions. They didn't try and hide or put up barriers for me, and I appreciate that. I also do not have any evidence that any teacher has been doing some of the things that we've seen in the press in other campuses or other counties. But you are using those books. I looked for sections on Christianity and Judaism. Only small sections of chapters existed, mostly in the 6th grade book. I looked for an overview and list of the 10 Commandments, and there was no list. I looked for sections explaining teachings of Jesus, and it was barely mentioned. Then I looked for similar information on Islam. Both books have an entire 30-page chapter on Islam. Okay. The 6th grade book was supposed to end with the fall of Rome in 500 AD, but somehow chapter 18 was added that covers Islam, which did not start until 100 years later, and it ran until 1600. So they weren't even in the time period that the book was supposed to be allocated. But remember now, both books have full chapters. The 6th grade book contained more index entries on Islam than Christianity. Both books discuss the 5 pillars of Islam in detail, including examples for the teachers to use for discussion with students and in skits, etc. However, didn't find anything like that on the 10 Commandments. Both books discuss the teachings of Muhammad and his theories and their holy books, the Quran and others. Both books linked to outside Islam websites and had proposed teacher assignments to learn about, for the students to learn about Islam. Two more quickly things. 10th grade book talked about Hitler and Stalin and the violence of all the people they killed, but there was no mention at all in either of those chapters of the 230 million people that were estimated to have been killed by Islam practitioners. So my conclusion is the Pearson textbooks are biased towards Islam and probably violate separation of church and state. They should be rejected by the school district. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last card we have is Carolyn Van Dyken. There was also a Matthew Robinson, but he does not wish to speak, it says.
Hello. All of you are aware that several of us have traveled up to Tallahassee and met with our senators, representatives, and their legislative aides. We actually had the opportunity to sit on a Senate subcommittee hearing on education during that day. During the meeting, I watched as superintendents and principals from other counties spoke out against Common Core Florida state standards and speak out in regards to high-stakes testing and excessive testing. As I sat at the meeting, I started to feel alone in Lake County. We recognize several of our school board members share the same concerns as we do in regards to the standards and the testing. But where does our superintendent stand along with her staff? Yes, we are aware that there was a letter drafted asking for them to not hold us accountable for our county, our schools, and our teachers, and I realize the students were included, and that's not going to happen. The students are still being held accountable. I realize in some cases, not all, that your hands are tied, but your voices are not. It will take all of us. That includes our superintendent, our school board members, and our parents to insist that our state adopt proven higher standards along with one national norm test a year. We need all of your support. Please stop pointing fingers at the DOE. Lake County needs to be a part of the solution, not the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's the end of the public comment. Dr. Moxley.
At this time, we're moving to the report section of our agenda. We have a report from our student representative, Kelsey Collins from Southlake High School.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kelsey Collins. I am a senior at Southlake High School, and I graduate in May. First, I'd like to thank God for this opportunity to be able to speak to you all about Southlake High School. I'd also like to thank my parents for bringing me here and for raising me up so that I can be able to speak and to just be able to represent the household training that I've been brought up with. I'd also like to thank the administration of Southlake High School, Mr. McHugh, our principal, and all of the other administrators that came out tonight. I really do appreciate you. And to all of the supporters of Southlake High School, I do appreciate you for allowing me to represent our school. The first thing that I would like to say is talk about me a little bit. I am the chapter president of FBLA at our school. I also just finished our district, my district term as the secretary. I am also a choir member at Southlake High School as Base 1. We just finished our MPAs. We received straight excellence, which is awesome. And actually, from the time that I wrote my resume, I have recently been accepted to Southeastern University and will be majoring in music education. So, I'd also like to say that my parents graduated from Southlake High School. in the class of 2001, and my brother is also a student at Southlake High School, and my sister will soon to be a Rising Eagle as well. My dad works for the Lake County Schools Board. He works for Lake County Schools, I'm sorry. And my mom is a 24/7 caretaker, taking care of me, my brother, my sister, and my father all the time. So I do thank you for that, Mom. Okay, so the first thing that I thought about was Eagle Pride. Eagle Pride, we say PRIDE, personal responsibility and daily effort, which is something that which has been implemented into us every day from the first time that I stepped foot on campus, is to take personal responsibility in everything that I do, from my classwork to the things that I do at home that require me to excel in my academics, along with the support of my parents who taught me better to make sure that I'm doing the right things with my academics. But basically, Eagle Pride just means to stand up for exactly what you're supposed to be doing. To take personal responsibility is, just as it says, to take personal responsibility. If you've been caught being tardy 3 times in 1 week, it is your personal responsibility to stand up and to make sure that you are getting to class on time, and our administrators do an excellent job of making sure that that is done. Also, another statement that is heard around our campus is get your mind right. That is something that was started by one of our administrators, Mrs. Nichols. She has implemented Get Your Mind Right, which is something that I also heard my first year on campus. And it has been something that any student will tell you. If you are acting out of line, if you are acting sort of irresponsible, or just a measly walking around and being out of the ordinary, if you're being too loud and there's testing going on, somebody might tell you to get your mind right. And what that means is to focus on what you're here for, why you're on the campus of Southlake High School. You're there to learn and to gain an education that will help you excel outside of the classroom as well as inside. Also, at Southlake, we raise the standard of excellence, which is something that I am extremely proud of, and I do support, to raise the standard of excellence. In order to raise the standard of excellence, you have to understand the meaning of maintaining. And to just maintain means there is no change. If you maintain, you're doing the same thing over and over. But if you raise the standard, then you are being an example to other schools and to other students on campus and outside of your campus that they can be doing better, just to make sure that they are becoming the most responsible student that they can be. And something that I've been inspired to implement in our afternoon announcements as the afternoon announcer is to rise above the standard and soar above your circumstance. And to me, that means no matter what, we have something that we've all gone through. And for the fact that everyone has gone through something, I believe that Southlake is preparing us to rise above that. My parents had me, they are teenage parents. They had me in middle school, and they had me at a very young age. But that has not stopped them. My parents have been together for, I don't know, a long time. Really long time. So, but they've been together since 8th grade, right, Mom? 7th grade, okay. So they've been together since the 7th grade, and they graduated in 2001, so those of you who like math, you can do that math. But I am proud of my parents, and they are raising the standard of excellence, and that is something that should be held not only on our Southlake campus, but also within our parents, to help us raise the standard of excellence, to support our teachers, to support our administration, and to make sure that we're doing the best that we can. So to the students that came up and spoke, and to the different parents that are there, specifically just to help give advice on how to raise that standard of excellence and not to cause any division among the school board. I do appreciate you for being a voice to the students that have not come up. That is an awesome thing to hear, that you are trying to raise the standard of our education, and I do appreciate that. The next thing I'd like to talk about for Southlake is we are a family. Southlake High School it's a pretty large campus, but at the same time, I can tell you almost anyone on campus. Rather they're a freshman, a sophomore, a junior, or a fellow senior, I can I can tell you just about anyone. And the reason that is because we try to get to know each other. If you're in the hallway, I'm not ashamed to tell you, get to class. The administrators are not ashamed to do a tardy sweep and to tell you that, hey, you cannot be just lollygagging around in the hallways with your friends. That doesn't happen at Southlake. We make sure that all of us as classmates, that we try to make sure that we get to class on time, and that during tardy sweeps and even during regular school days that we get to class, and that there are some different types of rules that we have that encourage us to be on time, and that takes place not only in the classroom, but that will help eventually leaving the classroom and graduating from Southlake. You can use those time management skills to being on time, which is really preparing me for when I get ready to go to college. So that being said, we are a family. I know. Well, one, I'm looking at Deputy Kirkland right now. So Deputy Kirkland is a part of the family. This is actually his first year at Southlake High School, and we do appreciate him, Deputy Perry, as well as in his absence. The administrators do a great job in getting to know all of the students that are there on campus. They've encouraged me as a student to excel and to tell me that I have great potential, and to make sure that I do the right things in order to succeed in those things that I've grown to know how to do. So I do believe that Southlake is a family, and that no matter what skin color or race that we may be, whatever type of religion or things that we come from, different backgrounds, I do believe that Southlake High School does an awesome job in making sure that we connect to one another and making sure that we don't discriminate for any reason. The next thing would be academics. The academics at Southlake High School is amazing. The teachers really do work hard. They work hard to make sure that we have a quality education. Many of them are down to earth. They make sure that they talk to us on a level that we can understand. They're lenient when it comes to assignments, and you've had a huge rally or there's testing going on, so you've been studying for testing. Whatever it may be, the teachers they do a phenomenal job making sure that we get an education. AP classes are rigorous, very rigorous. What I could say is that I have actually taken, about 5 AP classes in my years of being at Southlake High School. Some did you know facts that I received were that Southlake High School has increased the number of AP exams taken from 560 in 2013 to 833 in 2014, which is an increase of 273 AP exams taken. They also have increased a total of 92 from 141 in 2013 to 233 in 2014 on AP exams passed. These two facts significantly impacted Lake County Schools being chosen as one of 5 counties recognized for the AP Honor Roll for 2014. Southlake High School will increase the number of AP exams from 833 in 2014 to 966 in 2015, which is a total increase of 133. That is amazing. That is a really good job. Those AP exams are not easy whatsoever. However, the teachers that teach those classes are well prepared. They do an awesome job making sure that we understand. They stay up at night. They tell you how they had rough times with their children and still did the same exact thing they always do in creating lesson plans and making study guides and showing different links and things that can help us to excel in that classroom. From my personal experience, I've enjoyed AP Lit as well as AP English with Miss Cook and then Miss Bronson. It's been awesome for those two classes, although I've taken more than those. So it really, they do an awesome job. They create so many different things that I couldn't even describe to you in any amount of time. They really do an awesome job just to make sure that we understand exactly what's going to be on that test. The next thing would be the honors classes. Students there have an opportunity to also take honors classes as well as AP classes. And the combination of those two can significantly rise your GPA. It's helped a lot for different students who are trying to become better prepared for the real world. They, even in generic basic gen ed classes, they do an awesome job making sure that students understand. Another thing I'd like to add is the Reading Plus program that has been taking place at Southlake High School. Our reading teacher, Mr. Birchfield, has done an awesome job making sure that everyone is taking care of their business, making sure that they're understanding their reading assignments and completing those tasks in an orderly fashion as well as a timely manner. So I do congratulate him on that as well. Southlake High School uses programs to help prepare you for the real world. They connect you. Wow, that was weird, seeing me on TV. Whoa. But Southlake High School does prepare you using their programs. There's a business academy, there's the flight academy, which is the first academy that you take part in when you come onto campus as a freshman. Whatever administrator you have will be over you, and he or she will make sure that you are preparing yourself significantly for the future, to graduate from Southlake High School and to be the best Eagle that we really are, truly. I'm sorry. So, for one example is the Business Academy. I do take part in the Business Academy with the certification of, certification of digital design. So basically I can have a certificate that helps me to succeed in a higher rating for things like creating pictures online, editing pictures, creating different flyers and things like that. So we really do learn how to design different things that can help us in the future, as well as learning different skills such as typing, Microsoft Word, Microsoft PowerPoint, moving up from 2010 to 2013, and to continue to make sure that we understand the different technology as it accelerates. The other thing I would talk about is the health department for HOSA and their endeavors in making sure that their students are being prepared for the health world. Many times you see them with their scrubs, I believe it's called. They have their scrubs on, and some of them get upset when they forget because it was cold outside and they were dressing for the cold weather, but they still wanted to make sure that they had their scrubs. So it is amazing just to see how many students really do like to participate in the different programs for health, for business, for construction, for culinary. Culinary does an awesome job. I do believe that anyone who participates in the Culinary Academy program, they will do a phenomenal job in getting any type of career that they would like in the culinary arts. The chefs there do an awesome job. They create an experience where you really do understand the real world of being in the business of culinary. Preparing the food, serving the food, taking orders, cleaning up, those sorts of things, they do make sure that each student is prepared for. Southlake High School has increased the number of industry certification exams taken from 127 in 2013 to 166 in 2014. Southlake High School has also projected to increase the number of industry certification exams taken to 279 from 2015, which will increase to a total of 113 more certification exams. The Southlake High School has also increased the number of industry certification exams passed from 96 in 2013 to 119 in 2014, which is an increase of 23 exams passed. Once again, the teachers at Southlake do an awesome job making sure that we understand exactly what it is to go into the real world, and I do commend them for their hard work in that. The next thing would probably be the personalized learning that takes place at Southlake High School. The teachers are now making a stronger effort, I should say, because it's always been something that they've implemented. However, in recent years, within my junior and now senior year, they are making a stronger effort in making sure that we take care of our own education, that we take charge in what we're learning and how we learn it. Students all the time are telling their teachers exactly how they can benefit from the way that their teacher is teaching them. Teachers will go out of their way to create a PowerPoint and then post it on different websites such as Schoology, Moodle, Edmodo, and then post assignments to make sure that the students understand that they have the responsibility of, once an assignment is given out, to take charge of that assignment and turn it in at the right due date. Southlake High School has been chosen as one of the 8 pilot schools for a personalized learning planning grant and will move into a full implementation plan for all 9th grade students to be fully immersed in personalized learning in August of 2015. Southlake High School is one of 3 Lake County public high schools that are offering the Health Sciences Academy program for incoming 9th graders for August 2015. Southlake High School also, I keep saying Southlake High School, the Eagles, they also have a phenomenal sports division, sports programs. They excel in their respective FHSAA AA districts, and over 50% of our students participate in either varsity or junior varsity sports. I know our football team has done an amazing job this past year. I'm not very interested in football, but it is awesome. It is awesome to go out and watch the game, to see all of my classmates and even students from other schools to come out and hang out with Southlake Eagles and just to cheer on the team that is playing, right, whichever team is going on. Sometimes East Ridge will come over, Lake Mineola will come over, and we're all cool. It's awesome to make sure that our safety is definitely taken care of. There's always a deputy or some type of person that will make sure that our safety is never at risk. Going back to the arts, which is my area. But going back to the arts, Southlake High School has many chorus, drama, band, and art students that excel in competitions in their respective fields. As I said earlier, chorus actually just finished their MPAs this past Friday, receiving all excellence, which is basically a B, although we did deserve an A, but some people don't understand that. So we'll leave it at that. The drama department performs different plays throughout the school year, and the Southlake High School band has 61 students who have qualified for the state competition on March 24th. This is nearly 3/4 of our total band, which is an awesome thing to say, that 3/4 of our entire band actually is going to state competition. That is an awesome job. Southlake High School sends students to the state and national competitions as well in the career technical education clubs and programs, including agriculture, which is FFA, Health Occupation Students of America, which is HOSA, and Future Business Leaders of America, which is FBLA each year. FBLA will be going to state competition March 19th through the 22nd. I actually received first place in business presentation, so I will be competing and representing Southlake High School as well during that. We'll be staying in Orlando and having a good time and hopefully making it to nationals. The Culinary Arts program continues to make its mark in regional competitions and increases the number of students with industry certifications each year. The Navy Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, to me is ROTC, has been recognized as a distinguished unit for many years, and ROTC definitely trains every student that is participating in that program to be the best professional leader capable. The sergeants, they do an awesome job making sure that their students never slack in any area when it comes to academics, when it comes to practicing for those competitions. 24/7, they go hard at it and make sure that they do a phenomenal job and make sure that they represent Southlake High School well, which they do. Southlake High School is an amazing place to be. I've enjoyed my time. I've especially enjoyed the teachers that have been there, the administrators, the janitors. I know all of the janitors at Southlake High School and the lunch ladies. So, like I said, Southlake High School is a family. It's awesome. It's an awesome place to be, and I am so proud to be an Eagle. I can't wait to spread my wings and leave so that I can just spread the pride that Southlake High School has instilled in me to make sure that I raise the standard of excellence not only in Lake County, but as I travel to Polk County to attend Southeastern University, that I make sure that although I am going to be a fire, I will also be an eagle, always an eagle, no matter what. So I do encourage anyone who has any doubts in Southlake High School, if you have any complication with Southlake High School, I suggest you simply get to know a group of students, even if it's just one student, even if you would like to talk to me. The school website, FBLA, under the FBLA tab, there's my email address. You can contact our advisor. You can contact any teacher on campus, and they will tell you exactly how hard they work. They really do work hard, and I am very proud of Southlake High School. So if you ever have anything to say about Southlake High School, let it be with eagle wings.
Kelsey, thank you so much for your report tonight. We appreciate all the highlights that you've given. Great presentation, and I know your parents are very proud of you and your accomplishments. And so we look forward to having you also back with us next board meeting. And thank you for sharing all those great words. And I can tell you're very proud to be an Eagle.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Our next report is from our Teacher of the Year, Justin Crouch. And while Mr. Crouch is giving his report, I know that our next presentation, our next report, is our focus on teaching and learning. And we actually have two teachers here from Mount Dora Middle School, and I know that they have something to share. So we want to make sure that they're getting set up as well. Okay.
All right, thank you. I feel a little underprepared following Kelsey, though. He has a very detailed report. Great job. I want to thank the Lake County School Board for having me. I also want to make sure to thank all the community members that support education, have an interest in the success of our students. I actually wanted to take the opportunity tonight to discuss personalized learning at UHS. So Kelsey touched on it a little bit, gave me a nice lead in. Umatilla High School, along with Southlake and 6 other schools, are actually taking part in the personalized learning pilot program. The process started at the end of the 2013-2014 school year, and I was introduced to personalized learning in the summer of 2014 with a county workshop that was actually put on at LSSC by the Reinventing Schools Coalition and the Padea Institute. So at the start of the 2014 school year, one of the suggestions that was actually made to begin the personalized learning process is to reevaluate our mission statement and our vision statement at the high school and to find a way to actually make it aligned with the community and with the faculty and the students. So at the start of that school year, we actually rewrote the vision statement and created 3 possible options. And then using those 3 possible options, the community voted on their favorite at an open house and a football game. So both students and the community members and parents were able to vote on what their favorite was. And I actually brought our winning vision statement. We're very proud of it at Umatilla High School, so I wanted to share that with you. Make sure we got right side up. There we go. And thank you, Ms. Luke, for holding that. This is our vision statement at Umatilla High School, and we went with the literal sense of vision statement. We wanted to have something visually to look at. In this vision statement, it has 4 pillars: embracing high expectations, setting personal goals, captivating and versatile curriculum, and a collaborative community. And those 4 pillars actually support our goal at the top, which is inspiring for a world yet imagined. And that was something that we actually came about looking at. There's a YouTube video, and now the name of the video is slipping my mind, but it talked about the fact that many of the jobs that our students will have 5 years from now, the technology hasn't even been invented yet that they're going to be using in those career fields. So we really took that to heart. In the center of this, we have our Victory Bell. This, by the way, is the courtyard at Umatilla High School. And in the center of this, we have our Victory Bell. And on our Victory Bell, we have written a student-centered experience. And this courtyard is very special on Umatilla's campus. If you've not been there, it's actually a very beautiful campus. This Victory Bell is where alumni who come back to visit the school, as well as current students, always gather. Okay, yeah, appreciate that. Where students and alumni gather to reminisce and talk about times past. So we wanted to make sure that that was the focus of our vision statement. So just to take you through a few things that we're doing as a school, and then I'll tell you what I'm doing in my classroom. First of all, with high expectations, we have had a head start at UHS, but it is now a focused, measurable goal. In fact, the faculty is going to be having a book study on Dr. Carol Dweck's book, Mindset, The New Psychology of Success. So I don't know how long it's been since the board has done homework, but if you guys are interested, I would highly suggest that book. The idea behind Carol Dweck's book, and I'm just going to summarize it, is the fact that she essentially says power through the word yet. In other words, when a student says, I can't do this, the right way to phrase it is, I can't do this yet. That we're going to get them to that end goal, and we're going to give them the tools in order for them to be successful. With the setting personal goals pillar, we will achieve this through our advisory hour, which is an opportunity for teachers as well as administrators and counselors to sit down with a small group of 15 students. We're hoping to do at least once a month. It's still in the planning process, and to discuss with them what their goals at the school are, as well as what their goals after high school are going to be. Captivating and versatile curriculum, as well as the collaborative community, is right now actually our focus point. In January, we invited local businesses and organizations to our school. We had 67 businesses attend, and a majority showed interest in partnering. In fact, we had 44 businesses fill out these little cards saying that they were interested in partnering with Umatilla High School in some capacity. Whether that would be a work-study program, whether that could be field trips, or even if that would be speaking engagements where they're able to come into the classroom and actually show students how they can use what they're learning in the classroom in those career fields. Our goal is to make the community a part of the learning process, to partner with them in this process. We're also developing an AP Academy using the county's Plus Team model for its development. And at this point, we've created an outline of expectations and incentives for participating students. So I don't want to take words away from the committee that's written this, so I'm just going to read you the description that they have at this point for the AP Academy. Umatilla High School AP Academy will be a site-based, rigorous academic program for sophomores, juniors, and seniors, and the comprehensive curriculum of the program is designed to equip students with the skills and attitudes necessary for success in higher education and beyond. During this process and learning about personalized learning and what personalized learning can, what it looks like in our classroom, what can it do for our students, we've traveled to schools in Maine, Kentucky, and South Carolina to research how it's being used. We did this using funding that was earmarked in a personalized learning grant that was received by the county, I believe in last year. One of the common themes that we noticed in each of these schools is that personalized learning is as much personalized for the school and the teachers as it is for the student. In other words, it's an opportunity for schools in Lake County to create their own identity in a world of standardization. And actually, listening to Kelsey right there, it sounds like South Lake is well on their way to having their own identity in Lake County schools, and that's really awesome to hear. Their identity is going to show through their student interests and through those career goals. So then what does personalized learning look like in the classroom? Because right now I'm just using a lot of broad terminology, but I want to tell you a little bit about what it looks like in my class and how I've started to implement it. First of all, with the pillar of high expectations, using that growth mindset, government students in my class just completed writing speeches as Federalists and Anti-Federalists over the ratification of the Constitution. They were required to use support from Federalist papers and Anti-Federalist essays. If you have never read Federalist papers or Anti-Federalist essays, go home tonight, look it up. It is not an easy read by any means. I can tell you that I studied them when I was in college, and my high school students, when I set that bar up there, were accomplishing that. They were taking these Federalist essays and these Anti-Federalist essays, which were essentially arguments over whether or not the Constitution should be ratified without a Bill of Rights, and they were taking quotes and using those quotes to support their arguments in my classroom. We're not just talking about upper-level AP students. We're talking about the whole scale of students that are doing this, and that's because they took hold of that idea of yet. I can't do this yet. And I helped them, I guided them as they went along that path of writing that speech. We had level 1 readers that were interpreting language that college students struggle with because they had those high expectations. Setting personal goals. I use Paideia seminars that are similar to Socratic seminars, if you've heard that terminology before. It's essentially a discussion between the students. It's a teacher-led discussion, but really the students take over that discussion. We use those as a way for students to set goals for their skills in speaking, reading, writing, or listening. You'll notice that those 4 goals are not associated with just government and economics. These are skills that they're going to use in their everyday life. What they're tasked to do is to choose which of those 4 they feel is their weakest, and then set a goal for themselves during that particular seminar, how they're going to accomplish improving at their weakest skill set. And I told my students that I felt like my weakest set was speaking, so I've set a goal for myself tonight and how I'm going to improve my speaking. They then meet with me one-on-one to measure their growth, and we talk about, did they meet their goals? If they met their goal, how can we ramp it up a little bit to make it a little bit more difficult the next time? Do we need to reevaluate? Maybe this isn't your weakness. Maybe your weakness is one of the other goals, so how can we refocus it? And if you didn't meet your goal, what could you do differently next time in order to accomplish that? Because we certainly want to celebrate their success. The next pillar, captivating and versatile curriculum. I do that through relevance. The question of why do I have to learn this? I embrace that question when I receive those from students. Each unit centers on a driving question and a product that shows the student relevance in their everyday life. Sometimes it can be content-based, sometimes it's skill-based, but it always goes back to the student's interests and the student's goals. For example, what student really cares about calculating the inflation rate? Until you show them how understanding it can make them knowledgeable workers when it comes to time to ask their boss for a raise. What student truly understands the difficult tasks that the framers of the Constitution accomplished until you throw them into a scenario where they're trapped on an island and have to create their own government? and those are interesting to watch. The last one, collaborative community. We do that both inside and outside of the classroom. I personally am a baseball fan, so I grew up stressing over data. As a baseball fan, you're always worried about data, on-base percentage, all of that information. Inside the classroom, with the help of Kagan collaborative structures and homogeneous or heterogeneous grouping, I'm able to use student data to rig the education game. The county has all of this data that's available to us. All of this data is available to us. The real innovations are going to come out of how we use it. So we're stepping into a new era in education, the fact that we have all of this data at our fingertips, and I think we're just still trying to figure out what is the best way to use this. Outside of the classroom, we have partnerships with United Southern Bank, who actually sponsors Everfi.net in the entire county, which is a personal finance program that teaches students how to pay taxes, how to balance their checkbook, the dangers of credit cards, and how to take out a home mortgage, all of which can be applied to their everyday lives after they graduate. The Art Institute does lessons on advertising and political campaigns. We also partnered last year with the JROTC at the high school to bring in Congressman Webster, and this year we're hoping to bring in Senator Hayes, who has asked to visit with my classes and talk about state government. So what are the results? What's come out of personalized learning? Well, in the short time that I've had it implemented in my classroom, I've seen a 15% increase in my summative assessment scores from the first day of class to the end of the first 9 weeks. 62% of AP Macro students earn the label of college ready, with the 2013 and 2014 finishing in the top 3 passing rates in the county, which, by the way, we've only offered that class at Umatilla for those 2 years. This will be the 3rd year. Classroom surveys have indicated that students prefer the individualized opportunities to work at a faster pace or slow down and receive additional help. As a teacher, I have more one-on-one interaction with my students that need it the most and more opportunities for the middle-of-the-road student to excel. Relationships are built through the conversations I get to have with my students. I can still keep the pace with the county and state expectations, but I don't have to sacrifice learning as a result of it. And students are more engaged and receptive to rigorous coursework when they see the value that comes from it. So what personalized learning is not? It does not replace direct instruction. That still has a place in the classrooms. It is not a chance for the teacher to kick back and let the students learn it themselves. I've never worked so hard in my life. It is not something that can be done alone, either as a teacher or as a school or as a district. It is not a mandate, but it needs buy-in from the county, the school, the teachers, the parents, and the students. It is not a technology takeover, and it does not water down the rigor in the classroom. It will not be the solution to all of life's problems, unfortunately, like a student going without dinner or a student without a caring family to support them. But it will give that student a fighting chance. Personalized learning is a big step in the right direction, and one that I hope every principal and teacher will consider as the basis of their instruction. Thank you.
Thank you. I've had an opportunity to be in Mr. Crouch's classroom, and it's a very exciting, engaging place to be in. Thank you for the wonderful report on what you're doing. I know that Umatilla High School, along with several of our other high schools, are being real leaders in this new work, and we're seeing some real great benefits. I recognize your data orientation, and you shared your data, and that's really going to speak volumes of the outcomes that you get for your students. I think it's important that every day we come to the classroom environment to maximize every student's potential and to give them the opportunity to excel in their areas of talent, and to provide that support system to help them in the areas that they need a little bit more time. So I love that, conversation that you're having with your students. So thank you very much for sharing and for being here tonight. And congratulations again on being our Teacher of the Year.
Thank you.
Our next report is on our Focus on Teaching and Learning report, and I'm very excited to introduce to you 2 stellar teachers from Mount Dora Middle School. There they are. We have Tiffany Scott and Tiffany Berrien. Berrien, thank you very much. I can't even read my own writing here. Both the two Tiffanys here, they have done some stellar work at Mount Dora Middle School, and they have a brief presentation to give to you over the IPD components. So take it away, ladies.
Thank you, Dr. Moxley, board members, Dr. Christensen, other panel. Good evening. I'm Tiffany Berrien, the Acceleration Resource Teacher at Mount Dora Middle School. I am here tonight with Tiffany Scott, the Math Department Chair. We are here to simply share with you the new work with innovative professional development in Mount Dora. Next slide. IPD3. This is Mount Dora's version of innovative professional development, innovative pupil development, and innovative product development. We are not only at Mount Dora developing innovative ways for professional development, but our teachers, but we are also using research-based platforms to innovate strategies in the classrooms with our students. IPD3, the extension, includes pupil development, which refers to innovative ways that we incorporate college and career readiness opportunities through the Plus Team Push-In. Then the product development. These strategies are quite different. Our product or customer service model is strategic in a sense that we want our students to be not only college ready, but career ready as well. This conversation, the next slide please, led to many hours in this work with our principal, Mr. Larry. We discussed, do we eliminate the function of the book or do we elevate the function of the teacher? We decided that we would make our teachers the expert, make them the expert through additional playing time. Tiffany.
A key component to IPD3 is professional development. And at Mount Dora Middle School, we're innovating professional development through a 4-stage lesson study process. There's 4 pieces to this. The first is we plan the assignment, we teach the assignment, we analyze the results, and then we apply it back into the classroom. This cycle is continuous. We're continuously revisiting different pieces of the stages. As we're visiting through these cycles, there are some foundational questions that we're considering throughout. For example, why develop the mini task? How do I identify the skills needed? What do I need to be successful? And then what will success look like? The first stage, planning the assignment. We first start off by identifying a specific content area, and then we break it down by deconstructing the standard to individual skills. And then we take one of those skills and we create a task. But before we create the task, we go back and we establish a criteria. This helps us to understand what exactly we want students to learn. Once we've established what we want students to learn, we then create a product and an instructional sequence. Now, this may seem backwards, and that's because it is. It's actually called the backwards design. It is a research method that is designed for teachers to really figure out what their goal is before creating an instructional sequence to support that goal. A major change agent in education is Michael Fullan. He says that change is a process, it's not an event. Once we've created our instructional sequence, we then walk through the instructional sequence to plan for misconceptions and errors so that we can try and make this lesson as tidy as possible. We also then do a pre-assessment where we assess the students to determine whether or not this mini task is appropriate and relevant for our students. After that, the next step is to teach it. So we then implement all of the planning that has taken place, and then sometimes we have to adjust instruction right on the spot based on students' needs and their interest. At the end of every lesson, we observe and we record the success and challenges of those lessons so that we can take this back and collaborate as a team. Analyzing the results, that's the third stage, and this is probably my favorite part because this is where I learned the most. This is also an opportunity for me to collaborate with my peers. We learn from each other's practice, and we really get to see whether or not this mini task that we created was successful. And it's a reflective process, and I'm a learner, and so I love this process. So we start this process by going back to that criteria that we established, what we want students to learn, and it's broken down based off mastery, partial mastery, and non-mastery. We just aggregate this data individually and collaboratively, and then we score it. We place student products into those categories based off of our criteria. We look at it individually from a class perspective, and then we also look at it as a whole to decide whether or not it was successful. This is also a very critical time because when we look at the data and we look at it cumulatively, one of the key pieces is taking that and now doing something with it. So students who've reached mastery, sometimes we consider things like whether or not we need to increase the critical thinking, or are they ready for the next level, a different mini task, or should we challenge them through the form of a product? We also consider, obviously, our partial and non-mastery. We want to know why. What was it that caused these group of students to not reach mastery? So we troubleshoot for that and we plan accordingly. Here's a glimpse of our overall data. To date, Mount Dora Middle School has completed 8 mini tasks, and I just want to remind everyone that this is a work in progress. It is a pilot program, but I am proud to say that overall students are reaching mastery, and teachers are doing everything that they can to get the students who are not reaching mastery to get them there. So not only is this a benefit to students, but this is a benefit to teachers. In fact, 100% of our IPD participants at Mount Dora Middle School has reported improving several elements in their deliberate practice. That's our evaluation system. They've also reported an increase in their content knowledge, an increased confidence in implementing new skills and strategies, and also an increased ability to teach to the full intent of the standard. That means a lot to a teacher. And I can speak for myself personally that as I began this school year with the Florida standards, I do believe that I'm knowledgeable in my content area. I feel pretty confident in that. But there are some challenges ahead. We all know that that came with rigor and some additional challenges. This process for me has been invaluable. Being able to collaborate to this degree, given the time to actually teach to that depth, to look in and digest it and go back and adjust. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm speaking for myself and for my colleagues that this is awesome. I'm excited that this program has landed in Lake County. So, after we've done all that, pulled all the pieces, planned, it's now time to apply the things that we've just analyzed and troubleshooted for. So we plan and we apply those lessons by looking at student data for students. Teachers evaluate practices from each other. What did you do right? Why was your students more successful for that? Oh, you used that strategy. Okay, I didn't think of that. And as simple as that sounds, given that time to do that, it's phenomenal and it's a growth experience that's personal just for me. Finally, Mount Dora Middle School with our IPD3 takes a holistic approach on this, and we adjust with our system. This includes our PLUS team, this includes the teachers and the students. So moving forward.
In moving forward with our IPD at Mount Dora Middle School, of course, this is a new process, so there are challenges. But we are working right now to perfect those challenges in our program. Okay. Our PLUS team, they push directly into the classroom to help make our students college and career ready. Next. The IPD team, that's Tiffany's team. They get together and they get this extra time to plan. We are actually working now on having them to meet on Saturdays and on Wednesday afternoons. All right, the next slide. All right, this helps to better prepare the teacher. And you just heard this from a teacher, a Lake County teacher. Next slide. And it helps in the classroom because that's where the learning occurs and the morphing of the students. Next slide. Yeah. So with that being said, we are working very hard at Mount Dora to bring about a change. a change in the way that our teachers teach, and to give them the time that they need to teach. All right, the next one. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Tiffany? Mrs. Berrien and Mrs. Scott have been phenomenal in what they have been leading as two teachers in Lake County at Mount Dora Middle School. They are very collaborative. They're very innovative. I have just been so refreshed and rejuvenated by having the collegial conversations that I've had with both these ladies to see the best practices that they are leading and demonstrating at their school. Mr. Larry, their principal, has also taken part in the Plus team work that they've been doing, the collaboration, and you can see that they are very much monitoring the outcomes, because if we're not doing it for student growth and student achievement and better instruction in the classroom, then there's no reason to do it. And both of these two ladies, along with their colleagues, have stepped out of the traditional box and methodology to really follow their professional expertise to raise instruction and raise the profession and the dialogue and the professional development that they have seen. And I'll tell you, they have just rejuvenated me as well in the process. So I thank you, ladies, for bringing this and highlighting this, and thank you for sharing a best practice from your school and from your classroom. So thank you very much for being here.
Okay, the next one would be Ms. Brandenburg, Central Florida Public Schools Sports Coalition meeting.
Thank you. We did meet this morning, and we had a presentation from Seminole County and their Director of Safety and Security. And he talked about collaboration that they have with their local law enforcement, with their municipalities. And I took a number of notes that I would like to share with the superintendent and with our safety and security team. We are doing some of these things. We are doing some things that they are not doing. But I think that there's some things that maybe, we would like to pick up. One of the things that was mentioned is that they have IDs on the school roofs on all their campuses. So when the helicopters are flying over, they're able to identify the different buildings on the campuses. I would want to get more information as to what buildings that it is, but they work with their Seminole County Sheriff's Department, and that is one of the things that helps identify if they ever have to go to one of the campuses and where on that campus they may need to be. We had received an update from Scott Holworth, who is the Governmental Relations Director with Orange County Public Schools. He talked about some different bills that have been talked about this week, some meetings that will be held also this week. Just a couple of the highlights. One is Senate Bill 616, which talks about limiting limits on testing, which testing will be counted and which testing will not be. And there has been no talk on school grades to this point. There was also talk about the charter school and taking capital dollars from sharing our 1.5 mil from public schools to share those with charter schools for their capital dollars funding. Another one is a uniform policy for K-8, and it talks about districts who take that on would receive $10 per student.
You have the bill numbers on those?
I will send those to you.
Send them to Natalie. And
Yes, I'll do that. There's a Senate bill and a House bill which are different with regards to the hazardous walking conditions. Senate Bill 154 talks about the counties putting hazardous walking conditions into their 5-year work plan. And then we have Larry Metz bill, which is different from what the Senate bill is currently talking. Senate Bill 346 is talking about increasing fines for people who are driving past school board or school buses, that those fines would be increased. And then the other one that's very important to us is Senator Montford's Senate Bill 688. This did pass first committee with regards to the start of the school year. And they're talking about, there's two, one that says you can start as early as August 10th, and another one talks about 21 days before Labor Day, which actually would give us an additional 5 days earlier than when we are currently starting. And so then we also talked about impact fees, and many of the districts brought their information on impact fees. A couple are still bringing theirs. Osceola County just as having their impact fee study updated. Polk County said they should be getting theirs in the next couple of days, and a couple others have either updated their studies or are in the process of updating their studies. And some of their fees are much higher than what our fees here in Lake County. Thank you.
Thank you. Construction report.
Yes.
Quickly.
I'd like to ask Will Davis to come forward. He's hurrying.
I'm hurrying.
Yeah.
Chair Stivender, members of the board, Dr. Moxley, I want to tell you that our chest is out, our arms are back, and we're 3 steps away from crossing the finish line. So we're both Ms. Hunt and Mr. Frazier are very excited about the possibilities of moving in, and I just want to let you pay particular attention to the notes at the bottom of the page. As you can tell, we're doing lots of training. This school has lots of brand spanking new technology, as Dr. Wheeler will tell you. And it takes a pretty good effort on everyone's part to make sure that everybody knows how everything works, everything down to the custodial level, as well as the food service workers. So we're working through all that right now. We're in the process of looking at trying to move most of the staff in that April 29th through the 30th. And of course, as you know, we're targeting to open the school on May the 4th, which is that Monday following spring break. Ms. Hunt says that they will have an official opening ceremony sometime in the month of August, and we're all looking forward to that day. Okay. Any questions?
Thank you.
The only other item I want to bring up is that we do have Mr. Briones is doing the final review on the CM agreement. His office called on Friday, said that he'll be done with that on Wednesday. We'll immediately be getting together with staff. Carol and I talked about that again this morning to move forward to be ready to come back to the board with a recommendation. Okay?
Thank you. And the reason I'm hurrying is because the recording back there only goes to about 8:30, and he has to change tapes, so we were going to take a 5-minute break. So Carmen's going to do it real fast, and the attorney report, hopefully there is not one.
There is? Yes, there is.
Okay.
Chairman, School Board, Dr. Moxley, thank you. The board voted last month to fund the Umatilla Elementary School TV production in the amount of $1,300. The duck race, as Dr. Moxley has mentioned, was a success. The school sold $10,845 worth of ducks, and they received back from the foundation $7,850 in commission prizes. And in addition, it looks like collectively the booths brought in about $5,000, which 100% goes directly to the schools at the carnival. Rookie Teacher is March the 18th. It is presented by Ernie Morris at the college at 7 p.m. And the Night of Stars will be honoring 57 employees of the year and the top 3 volunteer finalists for the district. It's April 16th at Lake Sumter, and it's presented by Insight Financial. Top Scholars has been changed. I notified you by email today. The Leesburg Bike Fest is interfering with our Top Scholars, so we're moving it back to the 22nd of April. Scott Strong Scholarship closes tomorrow, and we have 4 other scholarships that are still available. They're listed on our website as well as the district website. They've been sent to guidance counselors, and they've also, press releases gone out to the media. Take Stock and Children contract signing is April 23rd. We're bringing in 60 new students, and the graduation breakfast is April the 28th. Earlier this evening, I had 5 children with me that I was going to introduce you to, but I sent them home a long time ago.
Smart move.
Yes. These students, we in 2012 introduced an incentive program for our Take Stock children, and this class 5 students had the ability to virtually double the size of their scholarship. They went from a 2-year at a state college to a 2-year at state college and 2-year at a university. And the criteria for selecting those 5 students was grade point average, attendance, behavior, and community service hours. And at this point, I would have introduced you.
You want to bring them back at next month if you want to do that?
From all over the county, Debbie. I will extend the
Okay.
invitation, but I would like to recognize them quickly. Lydia Medellin from South Lake High, Christopher Santos from Mount Dora High, Alex Torelli Deljean from East Ridge High, Michelle Singh from South Lake High, and Robert Williams, Leesburg High. And I will offer your information.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You wanna
Mr.
wait?
Attorney. No, if you're going to hurry.
I'll hurry. You may have already found out, but you'll recall there was a audit of the 11-12 school year of a Lee charter school that resulted in a negative finding of about $900,000. Thanks to Ms. McLeod's quick action, we were able to withhold approximately $200,000 in case we were not able to recover that money. Ms. McLeod and I went to a meeting in Tallahassee with the Auditor General's office, and we just got the word, I guess, last week. It looks like that there will be no negative balance at all as a result of the audit. We're waiting to finalize things under the 2 agreements that we had with the Lee for repayment of any monies that will be over, but it looks that $900,000 would have come out of the school board's money, and it looks like that there will be no loss for that.
Thank you, Ms. McLeod.
The MOU, just so you'll know, I'm asking Ms. Challenger to put it on the consent agenda for the next meeting. After everything was done, there was a question that came up about the UCF's venue privileges, and in order to fix the problem, rather than have anybody change the intent, it was agreed that we would all just delete the venue provision from the MOU. So that will be on if you see that on the consent agenda, all that is to make it consistent with everybody. And I couldn't make that change myself because you voted on that document at a board meeting. And finally, as you're aware, the trial was over last week in federal court. We will, I think as of today, we've been bumped up to April 15th, provide written arguments to the court. So we anticipate probably sometime in May or maybe June getting a response. I would like to, on behalf of Stephanie and myself, thank not only those of you up here who participated, but the district's employees who assisted us throughout this whole program, and particularly Dr. Howard and Kylene, who are not elected anymore, but they spent quite a bit of time and effort to make sure that they were prepared to testify, and they both did an excellent job to do that, because I want to thank them and thank the employees. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. We're going to take about a 5-minute break so that David Walker in the back room can change the tape. Thank you.
Back room.
I said bathroom. I said back room. You want to hear what you want to hear? You had to hear it turned the wrong way. Please don't tell me I said bathroom. Or not. I have to wait. We'd like to start the meeting back up. If everyone would take a seat. Thank you very much. Dr. Moxley.
Yes, there is one item under unfinished business, and I need to turn this over to Mr. Johnson. It is 7.01. 7.01.
7:01. Ms. Brandenburg.
Sorry.
Yes, Madam Chairman, the item under 701 is the filing of a Form 8B Memorandum of Voting Conflict. Ms. Brandenburg executed and submitted a memorandum under 8B on 2/25/15, and she disclosed that under emergency item 1014, which is the health Science Collegiate Academy with Lake Sumter State College. She did not take part in that particular decision because it inured to the special gain or loss of her employer, Lake Sumter State College.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Moxley.
Yes, moving on to the consent agenda, I'd like to recommend approval of consent agenda items 8.01 through 8.13, 9.01 through 9.04, 10.01 through 10.07 as provided in board docs.
You've heard the superintendent's recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Before you vote, I just want to disclose that we have a conflict in 10.01, since our firm also represents Lifestream Behavioral Center, but we had another attorney review it on behalf of the school board, and he okayed the form of the document.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Dr. Moxley.
Moving on to the discussion agenda, the first item is 11.01. This is final approval of the ABC recommendation of option 8 for relief of Lake Mineola High School in the 2015-16 school year. I have Harry Fix, our Director of Growth Planning, that has a opening presentation to make. I know that you have some public input cards. This is a public hearing opportunity that Mr. Johnson will. So, Madam Chairman, how would you like to proceed? Mr. Fix has some opening information to provide.
We can go ahead and have you declare it a public.
Yeah.
And then comments after Mr. Fix, or wait.
I can do it right now if you want.
Okay.
Okay, the item before the board this evening is matter number 11.01, final approval of the ABC recommendation of option 8 for relief of Lake Mineola High School in the 2015-2016 school year. This matter requires a public hearing. After Mr. Fix provides testimony at the hearing, any of those individuals in the audience that would like to speak may come forward and do so. Given that we've already had a number of cards, I would suggest, Madam Chairman, that rather than people come forward, that you use the cards until they're gone, and then anyone else who has not spoken will be given an opportunity to do so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, and, board members, Mr. Fix will then provide some additional information. There's some background information that he'll bring everybody up to speed on. There have been questions along the way about what are the programmatic offerings, advanced placement, those kinds of things. We did pull that data. I did put that at your places, so that is there for your reference only. As additional information, you will have that there. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Thank you, board members as well. Just one other thing I want to point out before I begin. Also, you have, and we'll go over these in a moment, you have some updated projections. What we asked Deanna to do, the demographer that we use, is to look at option 8 if it were to be approved, and to see what those numbers would play out like with growth in there. So those numbers will be somewhat different than what we were looking at, because these are geocoded students, and we'll talk about the difference of the two as well on that. But let me give some background. We're here this evening for a second hearing of the proposed policy, which would call for changes in the high school attendance boundaries between Lake Mineola High School and South Lake High School beginning in the 2015-16 school year. This attendance boundary proposal would impact today's rising ninth graders, along with any new enrollees into our system. We find ourselves in a situation that in South Lake County has been and will continue to be one of the fastest growing areas in our county for quite a while. Over the past 20 years ago, Lake County moved to consolidating the high schools in South Lake High School. The high schools went from primarily serving a city and its outlying communities to becoming serving multiple communities. This was a trend that happened throughout the state as a combination of high growth and inadequate funding plagued many Florida districts. As such, we have schools such as Lake Mineola High School that serve many cities and communities. Today, Lake Mineola High School serves the cities, towns, and communities of Claremont, Mineola, Montverde, Ferndale, as well as many other unincorporated areas of Lake County. Recognizing that Lake Mineola High School was operating at almost 300 or so students above capacity, and that the neighboring South Lake High School was operating almost 350 students under capacity, and additionally recognizing that growth would be occurring in South County area, and especially within the Lake Mineola High School attendance zone, the school board appointed a citizens ad hoc committee, the Advisory Boundary Committee, or we often say ABC, to study a recommendation or study recommendations and come back with a recommendation for the board's consideration. This recommendation was to, as best as possible, find a way to equitably redistribute the enrollments. This committee had the following representation. Lynette Peltier, who was the chair of the committee, and she's here this evening. Bob Foley, vice chair, and he has served on a number of ABCs throughout the years. Michelle Boziak, who is here this evening as well, and also has served on more than one ABC as well. Susan Brock, Tracy Everett, Courtney Franklin, who I think has also served on more than one ABC, Jimmy Nussbaumer, Felix Ramirez, Abigail Santiago, Monica Shannon, and Eliza Vandenberg. The ABC held 8 public meetings, advertised and open to the public. The ABC evaluated at least 11 different high school attendance boundary options. In the end, there were 3 different options of focus, and they were 4B, 6A, and 8. Option 4B's focus was focused on reassigning the rising 9th, 10th, and 11th graders west of Highway 27, south of the Turnpike, and north of 565 from Lake Mineola High School to South Lake High School. This option would have moved about 295 students. This option would move the needed number of students from one school to the other. However, it would have also impacted students currently attending Lake Mineola High School. Like option 4B, option 6A would have reassigned the rising 9th, 10th, and 11th graders who live west of Highway 27, a little to the north of Grand Highway, north of 50, and includes an area west of the city of Mineola and 561, focusing on downtown Claremont. This option would have moved about 341 students from Lake Mineola to South Lake High School. However, again, like option 4B, it would have reassigned students currently attending Lake Mineola High School to South Lake High School. Option 8 basically combined the 2 geographic areas under consideration in options 4B and 6A with a small geographic area between the two. This option calls for the redistricting of about 132 students in the first year, 15-16, about 278 or so, in 16-18, 409, and this is cumulative, in 17-18, and 538 in 18-19. And then once again, when we look at the projections, we'll see those numbers are a little different with growth and with looking at the geocoded students that we've referenced here. We're looking at about 90% of those students would be moved under these options. At this time, I'd like to thank the ABC for their many, many hours spent, not only in their public meetings, but also in the hours they spent each evening reviewing and studying all the information and data that was provided to them. Many of them told me of the many sleepless nights they endured going back and forth over the difficult decision that was before them. In the end, I believe they came up with the best possible scenario given their position that none of us envy. In the end, they looked at an option that would not impact students that were currently in the programs. In the community, they heard from a number of people from the community. They heard from a number of people all throughout. But the ones that they heard from that really spoke to them the best were the students that came out and said, We're already in these programs. We're already invested in these programs. We'd like to remain where we are and finish our high school years where we started. And that whole drive of programs is something that's not only happening in this district, as I speak to peers in other districts that are looking at high school attendance boundary adjustments. They also are looking at phase-ins such as this because of programs. Programs have become more paramount than ever before to high school students. And I think, Superintendent, you had some additional information related to programs.
Sure. And board members, what I did give to you is that, because I've heard a lot of conversation about, there's more programmatic offerings at one school versus another, and I wanted you to have the data on that. I think that when you look at one high school compared to another, you have to take into consideration size, because a larger high school will have more allocations than another high school. Also, depending on, space available and those kinds of things, what are the programmatic offerings? And I think that one of the things that was talked about early on is that language opportunities, foreign language opportunities. At one high school, there's Mandarin Chinese, and that's the only high school in our district that has that, and that is correct. However, in conversation and in planning for next year, we recognize that Mandarin Chinese also is one of the global languages in today's educational system, and that is one of the things that we need to increase that offering. And so we've already had some planning going into expanding Mandarin Chinese offerings at some of our other high schools, South Lake being one of them. So we recognize that there are more students that want to take advantage of different types of language opportunities than we traditionally have had in the past. In comparing AP offerings, I've heard the same thing about there are more AP offerings at one school than at another, when in essence, in the 14-15 school year, there's 19 AP courses at Lake Minneola as compared to the 17 AP course offerings at South Lake High School. In planning for the 15-16 school year, both high schools are slated and planned to have 22 AP offerings. So there is a similarity in that. When you look at the amount of AP exams taken, obviously the larger school is going to have more students involved, and they have actually 2 more courses than the other. And you'll see the number of exams taken. And again, if you look at percentages, you're pretty close there with that. Industry certifications, there are industry certification offerings at both schools. When you look at the 13-14 data, which, by the way, all our high schools just received their industry additional dollars for that. 70 industry certifications earned at Lake Minneola High School, 119 offered and earned at South Lake High School. And I think you heard from Kelsey this evening that there are many good things, just like when we had the student representative at Lake Minneola High School. We heard phenomenal things that are going on at both schools. So I need to say to all of us in this room, there are great things going on at both schools, and to have a conversation about that any school is less than the other, it would be a difficult conversation for me to have, because again, this is the data that we pulled about that. So both schools saw significant increases in school grade point last year when the FCAT grades came in. Both schools, guess what the 2 top high schools were in our district of having the greatest point increases? Lake Minneola High School, South Lake High School. Both of them did phenomenal things, and South Lake High School just missed their B by a few points. So again, I think it's just important, here's the data. And this is not about comparing one high school to another from that standpoint. So I think it's important to share that. I think the other conversation that has come up is about out-of-zone waivers. And I did pull that data, and board members, I want you to know there's a total of, from what we've pulled, that there are a total of 113 out-of-zone waivers at Lake Minneola High School. 71 of those are zone waivers for a variety of reasons. 34 of those are for employees, and we're actually breaking that down. Is that actually a teacher at Lake Minneola High School? How many of them, or how many of them are in other areas, employment areas? And then 8 of them are for McKay scholarships, and those are non-negotiable at that point in time. So I wanted you to have the information that we pulled regarding out-of-zone waivers. There is a question, and I have officially, after the start of the school year, I believe it was the end of August, I had a conversation with Ms. Shepard, and I actually closed Lake Minneola High School from out-of-zone waivers. That school was closed. There were no out-of-zone waiver requests that were allowed to be processed because of the growth, and they did see significant growth this year. Again, we know it is returning, so no out-of-zone waivers were processed from the start of the school year forward, unless it was a McKay scholarship, and again, that has a whole different set of rules there. We did honor the students that were currently on out-of-zone waivers. They were permitted to remain. But I do know that that was a lot of conversation that came up at some of the community meetings that were had. And I believe that we need to continue, regardless of what the decision is tonight, that we need to continue and keep the school closed to out-of-zone waivers new, because it is not fair, in my opinion, to move students in any one of these options and then continue to allow out-of-zone waivers. You know that we have a discussion coming up about out-of-zone waivers, and we are actually changing some language in the policy. You had a workshop about that, so I want very much to put that on the table. The next conversation, as you're getting into your dialogue and you're going to have the public input, none of the options that are before the committee, none of them were good options. There is not one option that this committee looked at that was one that they just said, oh, wow, this is a great option, this solves the problem. In fact, this committee anguished over every single option. And as we as a staff got the data and the notebooks that they were looking at in the data, I have to commend the committee for the work that they did. And there was no good solution. There is not a good solution here. And at the end of the day, whenever you rezone, someone has to move, because there is not capacity in the location at Lake Minneola, and there is capacity here at South Lake. You are not permitted to build a new building as long as you have excess capacity in a neighboring school. So, I mean, all those things were taken into play there. It seems easy, just build a wing at Lake Minneola, but it isn't that easy because of the tax dollars that you have in place when you have excess capacity over here. Again, that puts the board, that puts the community, that puts the staff, that puts the school in a very awkward situation and a tough decision. So again, no one here obviously, says the decision is easy. And again, as we were looking at this at the staff, we understood what the committee was going through on the challenges that they had faced. And again, at the end of the day, they were tasked, the members of this committee, by saying, how do we use the capacity that we have in the south end of the county to address the needs of the students that are enrolling. And again, I commend them for the work that they did. And so with that, those are the things I wanted to highlight as we move forward here.
Any questions of Dr. Moxley or Mr. Fish before we get started?
Yeah. I've got one. You said you were going to talk about how we have two different sets of numbers.
At the time we were going through the attendance boundary process, if you recall, we had changed a whole data system. And so the best way that we could rely on data was to do what we call geocoding. And we explained that to the ABC. What the geocoding does is we actually know where the students live, and so we can say, okay, here's where these students live on the map. Now, it's easy for us, relatively easy, thanks to some of the work that Will Davis does with GIS and so on, to be able to geocode the students and say, this is where the students live on the earth or on the map, and therefore these are the schools in which those students would attend based on their address. These are the attendance zones they live in. So in everything we looked at geocoded students, who lives in those attendance zones. Now, we know we have, and then, of course, we looked at the effect of out-of-zone waivers and all that then starts pulling on that. But there's a few other things that can pull on that as well. There could be a few homeschool kids. There could be a few kids who might be in virtual school and so on. So what we then asked, and then, of course, we were looking at rolling those students or those numbers forward. So if you will, articulating them or moving them through the system and not so much focusing on the growth. Because quite frankly, the situation in South County is we have X number of student stations and we have just almost about that same number of high school students. So there's not a lot of wiggle room between that. So we went ahead and looked at that and used those data points that we had available. What we then did is we went to our demographer and said, if option 8 were to move forward, now we want you to do that deep dive into looking at all of the building trends and that we track. We want you to look at, she goes back and looks at birth rates. She looks at the students that are moving through the system as well, which is at the high school a huge component piece of all this. And we want you to now behave as though that option 8 is in place in this phase and manner, and then give us what your best projections on that. And she did that. The assumption is, in looking at geocoded students, is about 90% of those wind up attending the school to which they live within that school's attendance zone. So she looked at 90%, but then the reason it's not simply a 90%, so you can't look at these numbers and do a 90%, is because then she starts factoring in growth on top of that. So there's growth and then the 90%. The interesting thing that happens is over time, both of these schools are moving and then they start coming back toward a very similar projected enrollment. And in fact, we have a 6th grade blip that's moving through, and in that last year, the numbers even come down just a little bit as that 6th grade blip starts moving through the system. I don't know if you want me to go into more detail or.
Oh. Did you all also run the growth projections for 6A and 4B, or just 8, or if there was no rezone, what that would look like?
Well, we can go back and do that, but
Please, let him finish.
But because the option that the board had at that point said, let's go forward with option 8, we asked her, go forward with option 8 at that point.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions of Harry? Mr. Fix? Okay, we're going to start with the public, and you have 3 minutes, and each person, and I'm going to call them 2 at a time, and if you would try to not repeat what the prior person said, that would be wonderful. Cynthia Myers and Donald Young. Okay, thank you, Mr. Young.
Thank you. My name is Cynthia
You can pull
Myers.
it up.
Okay, thank you. I'm here to respectfully ask you to vote in favor of the Boundaries Committee's recommendation for option 8. 8 is the only realistic option, the option that will provide for the least disruption in the students' lives and help relieve the overcrowding problem. How can you tell the football student that he cannot continue with his team, but the lacrosse student can? Option 8 allows all the children who have invested time, talent, energy into their schools and their programs, regardless of their race, their socioeconomic status, or their zip code, to finish what they started. Many of our children are getting ready to apply for leadership positions, which occur in the spring, not the fall. My child is involved in the indoor percussion at Lake Mineola. They came in first last year. None of the other schools compete in that. He wants to do it professionally. So what is he supposed to do? I was very disturbed over an article that recently came out in the Daily Commercial that contained misinformation. It stated that this option was a last-minute option. It was not. It was always on the table to come up with a solution that would relieve the overcrowding and still allow the students that were already at the school to finish. I attended every rezoning meeting. I attended every rezoning meeting, never came late, never left early, and the one thread that was common among all the students and parents that spoke, regardless of where they lived, was to be able to finish and stay with their teams, their band, their friends, their teachers. My son just took the PSAT, got great scores, got a letter from the school saying, we want you to take these classes next year, consider it. He's signed up. And now I got to go home tonight and tell him that he can't take those classes with those teachers that he knows. So if you just ignore the committee's recommendation, I do not understand what all those meetings were for. I understand that option 8 may split some families. I know how difficult that is. My family was doing that last year because my zip code was rezoned yet again when Lake Minneola opened up. But my daughter was already at South Lake, and it was more important for her to finish, so that's where she stayed, and we just dealt with it. To me, those are the families that deserve the zone waivers after the Lake County employee waivers, because God knows they get few perks in this county as teachers. But they're the families that would benefit most from getting a zone waiver. Another concern I have is if you don't want to vote for option 8, why are you not considering 4B? 4B keeps most of Mineola City students intact, as well as downtown Claremont, while relieving the overcrowding problem. Every time a new school goes up, downtown Claremont gets moved around. Not only is that bad for our kids, but it serves no goodly purpose. Downtown Claremont has few students and absolutely no potential for growth. Removing downtown Claremont might relieve the problem for next year, but then once those houses within walking distance of the school are filled, and they're building them now, option 6A will not solve the problem. Downtown Claremont gets rezoned in option 8 as well. But again, I don't care where my kids start. They would have finished wherever they started, but they've already started at Lake Minneola. But option 8 will buy us time, at least, to see what will happen to the high school population and allow all of our children to finish. No, a lot of my neighbors couldn't be here. They work, they don't have cars to get here, but that doesn't mean they don't care. What a dangerous precedent you will set if you allow a municipality to commandeer a public high school and dictate who goes there. Thank you.
Thank you. Glenn Guzman signed a card but does not wish to speak. If you wish not to speak, I'm still going to recognize you because you filled the card out. Jennifer Ackerman and Jeff Palladino. Is Jeff here? Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Ackerman.
Hi, my name is Jennifer, and I have a letter from my grandson. Hopefully you all got it. It's a signed letter. And it says, hello, my name is Darren Trevino. I will be a 9th grader next year. I'm sure you all know my grandmother, who has been fighting for my right to go to Lake Minneola, my zone school for now. I'm sorry I could not be here today. I have after-school soccer practice, which I hope to make the team and continue at Lake Minneola. This school should be for Mineola kids. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm mistaken, but I'm pretty sure I live in Mineola. I'm a Mineola resident, which means I should be able to go to this school. You may be thinking I'm only doing this because my grandparents made me, but no. I'm doing this because I want to go to this school. I have had the same friends since kindergarten and 3rd grade that live in Mineola, Claremont, and Mount Verde. They will be going to Lake Minneola High School. I have been in Boy Scouts, football, baseball, soccer, cross country, and Mineola floor hockey with my friends. We challenge each other to be better students and athletes. I do not plan on leaving them behind. For the last 2 years, I have taken television production at Eastridge Middle School, which is my goal for high school in the future. They do not offer that at South Lake High School. I also plan to take game stimulation and animation programming as my other elective. They don't offer that at South Lake High School. May I please ask you to say no to option 8 so I can go to Lake Minneola High School? Thank you, Darren Trevino.
Thank you. Carla Krebs and Edgy Cruz. Is it Ms. Krebs?
Krebs, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Can I start?
Yes.
I'm Carla Krebs. Hi. I don't have a speech ready or anything. I wanted just to say very simply that I believe that this is more about community. North Lake County has their schools in their cities. There's Mount Dora High School, Leesburg High School, Eustis High School, Tavares, et cetera. It builds community. People go to these football games. They participate. You see people at the shopping centers and the stores. These kids grow up, they leave school, come back, and still there's that sense of community. I believe that there is a school in Mineola, and the residents take precedence over any other city. It has to be they have to go to a school that is in their city, regardless if the school is named XYZ or whatever. It has to just be part of the community. I just feel very strongly about that because it's my community. I live there, and I'm very proud that we have a high school that's part of our community. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Egdy Cruz. I wasn't ready for this. I have 3 kids. My oldest is going to be a senior next year in Lake Mineola. My middle child is going to be in 9th grade next year, waiting to be with his brother. And my third one, it's starting Claremont Middle. My concern is this. Brandon is going to be graduating from senior. Brian, it's starting. How, if they do make these changes, I'm going to be having 3 different kids in 3 different schools going crazy when, everything was set up already. We bought our house exactly because of that reason of the school, where we're at. I mean, all of this stuff. My husband works, and it really doesn't have anything to do with that, but my husband works from 5:30 in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, helped build a lot of things here in Claremont and Mineola. And now we have to be fighting to make sure that our kids, stay in a place that they actually grew with, friends. They went to elementary, Mineola Elementary, Claremont Middle. Now they're in Lake Mineola High. And that's what they're hoping for, and that's what we're hoping for too. I mean, I understand that their new homes are going to be coming anyway. South Lake, more than likely, is going to be crowded anyway because Groveland, all those areas are growing regardless. So they're going to be doing the same thing over and over. What are we going to do? Keep changing our kids? My middle child, ever since he was a baby, I mean, he had a time to go to bed, everything. That kid wakes up at 8 o'clock in the morning. He knows that his breakfast, he eats at 8:10. Whether I feed him or not, he is going to be eating at 8:10. He's already having panic attacks, anxiety, the kid, thinking that he's going to be going to another school next year. I never attend to these things. I decided to come. I decided to stay, waiting, for everybody to talk and everything. And I decided to come because I really wanted to say something about it because I really want my kids to stay there in Lake Mineola. Sorry, that's all I want.
Jessica Boris and Teresa Wallace? No? Okay. Either one? Okay. Steve Ackerman. And Pat? No? Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Moxley and board members, I'd like to say tremendous group of speakers tonight. I can't believe the people from this county are tremendous and have a lot of heart. I just want to say I oppose option 8. Moving only the current 8th graders doesn't achieve the goal of relief for Lake Mineola. Option 8 is only delaying addressing the issue. I think several people talked to that tonight. Option 8 affects the value of my home and my grandson's education, and I hope you vote for 6A.
Thank you, sir. Are you Pat?
Yes, ma'am.
Say your last name.
Gibaratz.
Yeah.
I moved to Mineola 3 years ago, left Kissimmee to get a better school system. I had many options within Claremont, Mineola, or surrounding areas, and I chose the house that I did because of the school systems. Mineola Elementary, Lake Mineola High School, we're looking down the line, not just this year, next year, looking 4, 5, 6 years down the line. So, there were many options. I chose the one that best suited for the kids' education, and now we got, things change. We're going to have to look at different options of leaving that area, moving somewhere else or whatnot, but the school system was the only reason that I bought the house where I bought.
Thank you. Okay, John, starts with a B. Forget it? Okay. Pat Kelly. And Gloria Atchley. If this mic would be fine. It's Mr. Kelly.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
You know, it's bad when politics get involved, so I've kind of avoided this and let the community handle this. They did come to my council recently for support. I just want to bring a couple of things up. We did this 4 years ago. When we gave you those numbers 4 years ago, Claremont, Mineola, we gave you our projections. Look how bad you missed it by. Look where we're at today. They're giving you more projections today. Where are we going to be a couple of years from now? The problem that Mr. Fix mentioned is there'll be a blip for the sixth graders coming in. Mineola is becoming a ping pong community. These same group of kids that you had here, you moved them years ago when you annexed out the kids to go to Astatula Elementary from Mineola. So the same group is bing, bing, bing. You talk about stability. It's giving the kids stability. I am not going to sit here, and I agree with Dr. Moxley 100%, and bash the other school. I think South Lake High School is a great school. My daughter graduated from there. I have no problem with the school. It's about stability and the board making the right choices. What concerns me is, like I said, we gave you the data before. You're talking about hundreds and hundreds of thousands of students, and at times y'all had struggling counting 25 students in a classroom. So it makes me think that that data is good. The credibility is pretty much really nil. Mineola does support what its residents want. They came to us and asked us for support for other options, and it's only because they're losing faith in the school system here and they want a little bit more control. That's it. But I appreciate your time, and it's a tough decision, and I do agree no decision is a good decision. So thank you very much, and please vote 6A.
Superintendent Moxley, board. I'm coming from a different point of view than a lot of people here because I don't have children in the school. I'm only an old-time teacher for 14 years of 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. I have a little bit of knowledge about what jerking kids around and pushing them here and pushing them there does to kids. Because a lot of the students that I taught were migrant farm workers' children. It doesn't work well. Kids need community. They need something to see, to believe in, and their friends. And I just want to get a personal note in. I went to 14 schools by the 7th grade, so I have a little bit of knowledge myself about being jerked around and going from pillar to post and not having any background, any community, anybody to look back on. I don't remember those friends that you went to school with, that you still get in touch with, that you talk to on your Facebook page. I don't remember a single name, not in that kind of situation. I do remember a couple of teachers, but that's all. It's like you have a background, you have a childhood, you had community that you went to stores, you saw your friends, and you grew up seeing those same people, not always completely, but you usually had some time to make your friends and grow together and be able to get back in touch with them. I've never had that. I don't know even what it's like. I am able to walk into a room full of strangers and not have a problem with it. But I don't think that's quite makes up for the lack of community and the lack of feeling like there were other people that cared about you as a child, that you could talk to this store clerk, or you could talk to that store clerk, or you could talk to the police officer that you saw at the donut shop. And hey, Donut King's wonderful. But I never had that. I didn't have those people to go and look at and talk to and feel like I could tell them bad things if I needed to. I think we heard from Kelsey tonight that community and friends and growing up with people that you trust and you can trust makes an awful lot of difference in a child. Makes an awful lot of difference in what they value and who they trust. And a lot of our kids don't have trust. That's why I'm wearing.
Ralph Ashley. And Karen Fortich. Did I say it right? Karen, Fortich. Thank you.
I'm obviously the other half of the Ashley family.
That's kind of what I figured. I was hoping that anyway.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am Ralph Ashley. I'm here from Highland Oaks, one of the communities that's on the west side of Highway 27. Like Gloria, I don't have kids in school, obviously, at our age, but we're very interested in schools and have been very active in community affairs. 4 years ago, our community, Highland Oaks, was kind of a disaster after the economic bust and all the foreclosures and everything. It took a lot of courage to buy a house there. Today, that community looks great. And why? Mainly because people moved there because of schools. There are people here tonight who have moved that lady's moved 4 months ago just because she could move into Lake Minneola High School. I don't know where you all grew up. My wife talked about bouncing around. I'm the opposite. I entered a school in the first grade. We didn't have kindergarten back then, and stayed in the same school till I got out of high school. It was a community school. I still go back to reunions, and we're up to 60 now. Believe it or not, my next one will be 60. And I'm still friends with a lot of my high school buddies and that I went to school with. I think that's important. You heard from that young man tonight about the community. And I think, by the way, I went to the same school Dolly Parton did all those years.
Oh, wow.
We want the same thing for Mineola. You know, the Mineola view is that Mineola High School is, quote, our school. That other school's out of town. It's over at Groveland. That's not our school. By the way, it's 7 miles away from our community when Mineola is only 3 miles away. If the school board really wants the support of Mineola, they'll vote against 8, because I don't know anybody in that city who agrees with 8. It's just not a thing they want to have. I think there's still a lot of issues that need to be answered too. Busing, everybody's confused about what are you going to do with 2 sets of buses in the same neighborhoods every day taking kids to 2 different high schools. If you're going to conglomerate them somewhere and transport them, that's bad. I don't see a good plan for that. I think the course offering issue is interesting to hear that it's going to be the same, but I've heard over and over that Southlake needs more students to offer more courses because they get money, but you're going to take that money and students out of Mineola. Don't they have to lose courses? You won't have the money to support that. Again, I'm requesting you to vote against option 8, and mainly because of the community issue and the students' future life of identifying with the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak tonight. Everyone in here is here for community and for family and for trying to protect what they have. He's right, I did buy a house 4 months ago to have my kids in this school district. The land that the school's on was donated for residents of Mineola. If people want to go to Lake Minneola, let them sell their house and move like I did. If you look around, this is our community. We're here fighting for it. We don't want to be torn apart. We don't want our kids going in different directions. We have to start valuing family. What is it when you're a single mom and you have to go in 3 different directions because kids are all over the place? There's no time. There's no energy. There's nothing. We have to find a way to pull our community together and build together. I don't know, I can't speak for everybody, but I know that The value of our homes, the value of our community, the value of our family is what we're fighting for tonight. Look around this room. We're here fighting till 9:30 at night to keep it together. That's all I want to say.
Jerry Birch and Kayla Fortage.
Thank you for letting me speak. I don't have a big, long speech. I just believe in community, and I support Section 6A.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have a speech, and you just heard from my mom and her fiance. We're a family, and we're here together. Lake Mineola, this is my first year attending. I'm a junior currently, and I'll be a senior next year. I kind of feel unbiased because it doesn't really affect me personally. This is my first year in a public school system. I went to Montverde Academy previously, which is well recognized as a great academic school. I was really nervous about attending a new school, and Lake Mineola made me feel really comfortable. Originally, before I went to Montverde, before I knew if I was accepted, I was zoned for South Lake. I have nothing against South Lake. It's a wonderful school with wonderful teachers and education. There's no better or worse. It's numbers, it's politics, it's everything. It's crazy. But I do know something about Lake Mineola campus made me feel at home. I do have a little sister, so this will affect her. And my mom did buy the house simply for the zoning. We have Mama Hawk, and she makes all the difference in the world. It's not just, I don't know her personally. I've never had dinner with Mama Hawk, but I know seeing her in the hallway can brighten your whole mood. I know if you ever need anything, she's right there for you and all your students. Mama Hawk does so much for every student at Lake Mineola. I didn't understand at first when I went there. They said Mama Hawk, and I thought it was the mascot. I didn't know. I really did. I had no idea. They're like, Mama Hawk is coming, and I thought a bird was going to walk in the room. But I soon realized she's much more than a mascot. She's someone we can all turn to. She's what brings us all together. And some people have community, and some people have it. Like I said, I kind of feel unbiased because it doesn't affect me. I'm going to have my result. But I do know that coming from Montverde Academy and transitioning to Lake Mineola, I had no fear once I was there. The teachers are great. The students are great. It's a family. It's a community. And I want the same for my little sister.
Thank you. Okay, Hanif Renee. Did I say that wrong? Hanif Renee. Pass, okay. Tim Murray and Rich Taylor.
Good evening, Dr. Moxley, Chairman and board members. I appreciate the opportunity for you to give me to speak to you once again about this matter. As you remember, I was here 2 weeks ago, and I asked you all to table this matter and go back to the drawing board over this matter because I don't think it's good for any of our students, the community, or anyone involved. I don't think it was really much thought put into this situation. When I look at some of the factors, I'm going to try not to repeat a lot of things that's already been said here tonight. So I may be jumping around here a little bit to get rid of a lot of them. But one of the main things I do want to reiterate is the busing. If we go with this plan, how are my parents supposed to deal with this? Two kids are going to two separate schools, especially if they're playing sports. How are parents supposed to make a decision whether they go to this game tonight or that game tonight? That's just too much, okay? Other thing, a point I really want to make tonight is every time there's a rezoning, my community get hit. We was at South Lake, we went to East Ridge, now we're at Lake Mineola, now you want to make us go back to South Lake. That completes the circle. I live in Lincoln Park, a community in Clemont called Lincoln Park, which is that area most people know around Clemont Elementary School, okay? Yes, it's probably the center of all the schools. And that's maybe why I get hit every time. But the parents there are tired of being moved. When I go around and I ask them to come up and support this issue, they say no because their voices are never heard. They've been in all the previous rezonings, and they're never heard. We still get moved. My son, he went to East Ridge, thank God. I had a sister, I just gave her a retirement dinner from after 41 years in the Lake County school system. She taught at South Lake High School from the time it opened until last year when she retired, okay? She's totally against this. She would have been here tonight, except that she had to go out of town and deal with emergency with one of my sisters in Tallahassee, okay? As I say, I was born and raised in Lincoln Park. I spent all but 26 years of my life in Lincoln Park. I live in that community today because I believe in that community. I spent 20-some years in the Air Force, retired, spent another 4 years off in college and everything. That's what accounts for my 26 years away from the community. I retired and moved back into the community to make a difference, and that's why I get out here and I fight for these kids, and I fight for them to be able to go to the school they want. They are very happy at Lake Minneola, and they wish to stay there, and I wish for you to just go back.
Finish your comment.
I wish for you to I just ask you again to go ahead and table this whole thing. Let's go back to the drawing board because I know there's better plans out there if we just take our time and go through it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor?
Good evening, Board. I am Richard Taylor, and I do live in Mineola. What I want you to recognize, and of course this is really quite base, but it's a school night. We had a good 50 or more people who would have been here had they not had to take their children home and put them to bed. And so, 6A is the only option that really works for our community. And let me also say, my brother who just spoke, appreciate your service. Fellow Marine here, no man left behind. We're a community. We need each other. So thank you.
Todd Howes and Tracy Matlack. Is Tracy here?
Hi, I'm Todd Howes. I'm the president of Highland Oaks. I wasn't sure if I was going to talk tonight. I have a 2-year-old, so this doesn't really affect me personally. I'm here because the homeowners in Highland Oaks told me that they're concerned about this decision. My experience in high school when I was growing up, I didn't go to school here. I'm from Utah, and they built a brand new school when I was entering high school in 9th grade. And they gave us a decision. You guys can decide which school. Obviously, we can't necessarily have that here because that would be chaos. But they gave us a choice, and I decided to go to the school that my brothers and sisters went to. In spite of the fact that that was the older school, that was the school that I grew up with. I'd been to that school to my siblings' events, and so that's the school that I chose because that's the one that I felt comfortable in. I understand that there are concerns with the grandfather clause that's available in option 8. That's, for whatever reason, not available for option 6A. But maybe we could consider that. Tonight we heard from, I'm sorry, I don't remember from was it Will Davis from the ABC board that said the blip from 6 wasn't, was that?
Mr. Fix.
He said that the blip in 6th grade was done on the option 8, but not on the option 6A, and that seems like that maybe the board was going in this direction, but I think you can see from the crowd here that we are concerned about that direction because of how it will affect our community. It's been said that there's no good plan right now, but maybe we can try to find a better plan. I guess ultimately, and I'm going to leave it with this, is that I understand, as being on the HOA board, I understand making difficult decisions and that we have, but when you're making those decisions, you want to minimize the amount of negative impact that you have on a community. And it's difficult getting people to show up to a meeting. And you can see by how interested we are in this decision that we are concerned. And if nothing else, let's just take a step back and reevaluate what options are available for us before we make a decision that a lot of people in this room would regret. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Rojas and Lori Montero. Okay. Ashley Bettis. And Victoria Hale. Go ahead.
Actually, my comment card was filled out about the Humanities and Fine Arts Charter School.
Oh.
Nothing with this. I'm not
Couldn't
sure.
figure that out.
Wrong pile.
It did, so go right ahead and tell us.
Yes, and I wanted to discuss the recent sale of the school, and I just kind of wanted to know exactly what the school board wanted to do about the extra 150 children now from that school, and then the other ones from the Milestones Charter that are now going to be entering the overcrowded Leesburg Elementary. I was wondering also, since Leesburg does have vacant elementary campuses like the Dabney Elementary that are in almost states of disrepair, if anything's going to be done to maybe bring those up so that we're not forcing this many children into an already overcrowded elementary that's been proven to be failing, and just what what anyone's doing for these elementary kids. I just wanted to know if anyone was even interested with this.
Yes, thank you very much. And we have your card and we have your number. We will be giving you some updates.
Please.
We just, actually, I'm not even sure we've gotten the official letter from the Humanities Charter yet, although I am aware of their announcement that they've made publicly. We actually have meetings tomorrow to talk about the transition plans for this, so we'll be able to keep you all posted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry I got you out of place there. Victoria Hale and Lisa Perez. Okay, Brenda Lopez. Whitney Reyes. Okay. Eric Reyes, I'm assuming he went too. Michelle, and I never can say your last name, Baziak. I know, I've known you forever, but I still can't say it.
Hello, I'm Michelle Baziak. I am up here speaking as two people tonight. One, as a member of the ABC, so I was on the committee that came up with this as part of it. Also as a mom, parent, and former teacher from South Lake High School. So I've got a couple things on hitting this. Now, I don't have a child in this fight. My children are at South Lake. They're staying at South Lake. My son is waiting for word from the Naval Academy or a Marine ROTC scholarship. He got number 2 in academics at the ROTC competition. I mean, we're putting out some really awesome kids, and that's just my son. We got many more out there. I've been a parent, a volunteer, and a teacher in this county for 17 years. I have been before you multiple times. I've been before the county commission. I have been to Tallahassee. And I don't fight for one child. I fight for every single child, all 41,000 in this county. And we worked our butts off for your children. We worked really hard, and we took every bit of information. And despite the little bits and pieces you may have heard, I swear to you, we have looked at every number multiple times. You know that. We've done that with you before. We took every single meeting, and there's no one here tonight but a few parents and us who have been at every meeting and who sat at the entire, Mr. Dodd, I think you're the only one who sat the entire public input meeting, and I thank you for that. And overwhelmingly, we heard the same thing. Please don't move my child. Please keep my children where they are. And it's funny because your t-shirts say it all. It says, don't divide. We're trying to keep this community together. South Lake is a community. You go to Pig on the Pond next week, it's all South Lake. You go to the Christmas parade, it's all South Lake. When you go to the South Lake Education Foundation, Community Foundation, guess what? Their scholarships are for every one of our kids, not just for Mineola, not just for South Lake, not just for East Ridge. They're for all kids. It's a community, and we have been that way for 17 years that I've been here. They talk about.
Please,
Thomas,
give her the respect.
Thank you. I have never in my 17 years, and I'm talking this as a parent and as a member of this committee who's done this multiple times on multiple committees, never seen a city create such a division in a community, and it breaks my heart that a city has hijacked students for their own agenda. They use.
Quiet, please.
They use Mineola saying it's their school. If that's the case, where are their kids going to go to middle school? It's called Claremont Middle School. Right? We are a community, and we have always been that for the last dozens of years. Those of you that are here that are new, 3 years ago, there was no Lake Mineola High School. You could not have moved here and picked that school. It didn't exist. People who live on Hancock Road never thought they'd go anywhere other than Ruby Hill. But guess what? East Ridge opened, and they had to go 2 blocks from their school they were at to a new school. Remember, this is for the kids, all kids. We have done this, and we've researched it, and we have followed every letter and looked at every single number. And the one thing that came to us over and over again is protect the children. Your homes won't suffer. You will not suffer. Protect your babies and have faith that the people that your principals chose to do this.
Michelle,
did what's
finish
best.
up. Thank you. Maurice Sanchez and Robert Crossbow? Can't pronounce that one. Okay, go ahead. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Mauricio Sanchez. Thank you for allowing me to speak over here. I'm a member also of the Homeowners Association. And as you can see by the turnaround of us, it's an issue that we really believe on. We don't want to separate our community. We want to keep them together. And I firmly believe that 6A is the right choice for us. In addition to that, I have my daughter, Brenda, and she asked me the other day, Daddy, what high school am I going to go to? I said, Sweetie, I don't know yet, but I'll fight for you. But thank you for your time, guys.
Thank you very much. I think this is CRESPO. Is there a Robert from Willow Oak Loop? Okay. I'm Mr. or Miss Novo, Novo. Okay, you're passing? Okay. Victor Ortessa. He's passing too? Okay. Esperanza Cerna. Pam Service.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, all. Thank you so much for staying. I know it is a school night. I have my daughter back there along with my niece, and they're not only hungry, but they're very tired. So I'm going to make this short. I'm not going to comment on what other people have come up and have mentioned that I feel very strongly about that is completely negative, but whatever. I will say again, my name is Pam Service. I'm the Vice Mayor for the City of Mineola. I'm here to stress to you all on how important it is to keep a community whole. We are all here to show an example of the type of tight community we are, and thank you. Again, I'm not only a proud parent, but I'm a proud resident of the City of Mineola. Thank you.
Thank you.
As other people have said, it's hard. It's a very hard decision that you folks have on your hands. And there's going to be half of us that are not going to be happy with whatever you choose. But my husband and I have worked very hard to be able to buy a home so that our children could have an amazing future. And we chose Mineola for a good reason. We have amazing neighbors who, one set of a particular neighbor already put their house up for sale so that her children can be in walking distance to Lake Mineola. I don't want my neighbor to leave, but she has to do what she has to do for her children. And like I said, I don't like it. And my younger son, I would love for him to go to Lake Mineola because he looks up to his older brother who is there, who will be a senior this coming school year. And I want my younger son to be able to soar like a hawk, just as his older brother will.
I'm butchering all these names, and I'm sorry. John Artemovich. And please say it when you get up here so I know how it's really supposed to be said. Angela Riley.
Good evening. My name is John Artemovich.
Okay.
I'm currently a resident of Mineola. I've been living in Mineola since 1999. I have 2 children. The decision tonight that you guys are going to make is going to directly affect my family. My daughter is a sophomore in Lake Mineola High School, and my son is a 6th grader in Claremont Middle. You've heard the word community repeated more than once, but what is community? What are we saying? What do we have in Mineola? We have the Citrus Tower, which is not that big of a deal. We have Publix, where my wife and I go and shop. I know the Checker people there and know the kids that live in our neighborhood in Oak Valley, which is going to affect my family. And we know the kids are there and play sports at that school, and we say hi to them, and because that's where my child goes. We have Donut King, which is very significant to people where I work down in the Disney area, and who will get very excited when I bring it Donut King and share it with everybody. And we have these shirts, which is not so much what the shirts say, but it is a sense of our togetherness and what it means to be in community. We don't have a lot in Mineola. We are who we are. If it's possible to keep our city whole and to remain a community, we would like that. I am personally I'm opposed to really both decisions you guys have been given tonight. I was at the Lake Mineola High School meeting when there was excess of probably 500 people there when Mr. Dodd was there, and we never heard about an option 8. And I know that you guys have been told otherwise. We have not been told about option 8. Further, I bought my house specifically in Oak Valley because I needed more space. I previously lived in Country Ridge, which is less than a half a mile from the school, knowing that school in 2009 was going to be built and my kids would be going there. So the comment that was made previously that the school has only been around for 3 years, how could we have known not to buy a house? Because I was active in my community, I knew that we knew a school was going to go in there, and we moved specifically to remain within that school boundary. Further, I serve my community by being on the board of directors for the Oak Valley Homeowner Association, which is approximately 450 homes. We have been in contact with both Highland Oaks and Park Ridge behind us, which is about 1,000 residents, and they have really come together to say we don't want to be exiled from our school, Mineola, not because of its name, but because it's our community, and we would like to remain whole, please. And if it's any further, I feel my heart as a Mineolian and as a human being goes out to anybody who's getting directly affected by this tonight. If your kids have to move, I'm sorry, and I would really prefer, ultimately, personally, that you guys come up with a better option to have to pick rather than 6A or 8. But if you have to pick, I would say 6A, please. Thank you.
Ms. Riley?
Hi, Ms. Moxley and board members. I have a 5-year-old and I have a 2.5-year-old. I teach for Orange County Public Schools. I'd love to keep them in Lake County. I've actually, I think, emailed you today about something. This is not about the name of the school, like he said. This is about splitting a community down a highway and saying, this is not your community anymore. I think that the best solution to this would be to grandfather in the students and take that from 8 and move it over to 6A, and then at least you've solved some of the issue. I mean, you can't, I don't know why that component was never put in 6A, but those children shouldn't have to move. If they're there, they should be allowed to stay there and to finish out. And that seems to me to solve a lot of the issue that's going on here tonight in the most rational and realistic manner, to where everybody kind of has what they need. But splitting Mineola down 27 and saying, you're going here and you're going here, that is really affecting our community. And it's not fair, because really, we don't have a lot. We have a very small community, and that's just it. I just hope that you guys vote the right way.
Thank you very much. Mark Johnson and LaToya Jackson. Yes, it's what it says. I am reading what it says.
Madam Chair and Board and Dr. Moxley, thank you for letting us speak tonight. I'm not going to repeat all the good and valid points we've made through all the committee meetings, through this last school board meeting, of all the reasons why we should keep Mineola whole. I'm not going to go back into all the details about the investment Mineola's residents have made to get the school there and to provide municipal services to that school. I'm not going to go into the reasons. I'm not going to go and talk about the amount of representation Mineola had on that committee that decided what boundary to provide y'all with, what recommendation. I'm not going to go into all the reasons concerning the way Map 8 was brought up after the public input meeting, where overwhelmingly our citizens spoke in favor of Map 6A. It is very unfair to compare Map 8 with a phase-in to Map 6A with no phase-in. And I understand, if you believe the Skyward numbers, that perhaps that's not possible long-term to have 6A with a phase-in. So what I ask you to do is instruct your staff to create a map, in a common sense map, that keeps Mineola whole, that allows for a phase-in, and it keeps Mineola whole from this point forward. A solution that's going to be for good. No one seemed to listen when our residents spoke during the committee meetings. No one seemed to listen when our residents spoke during the public input meeting. We really hope that you're listening tonight. We hope that you keep Mineola whole. We hope that you support Map 6A. If the phase-in is what this board wants to do, we ask that you create a map that keeps Mineola whole, that allows for a phase-in. Thank you very much.
Ms. Jackson.
Hi, good afternoon. Good evening, everyone. I'm the one with the little 8-month-old who's making all the noise earlier. We've been listening outside. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I also didn't have anything planned, and I understand that the board has a very difficult decision to make, but as you can see, the community has, we've all come out tonight and we stand in solidarity, and we just ask you to make the right decision, and we really don't want our community split up because it will create a divide. What it says is that if you live on the west side of 27, that we're just going to shuffle you off to South Lake. I have not South Park. I have a 21-year-old who went to South Lake for a period of time. Before that, he went to Winter Park, and I have an adopted son who also went to Lake Mineola, so I'm very familiar with both schools. I just urge the board to probably go back to the table and come up with maybe a different new options. I mean, we live in a state where politicians in a matter of weeks can raise millions of dollars, okay, to win campaigns, but we don't have enough funding to build schools. What is the message that we're sending here today? And, you know, I feel for those who are in favor of the other option. The big issue is that we need, in Florida, we need to invest the time and resources into building more schools and high-quality schools for our children. But as you see, we're all out here late this evening, and we just ask that maybe you, before you vote on the other option, please think of 6A, but at the very least, maybe table it and go back to the drawing board. That would send a great message to our community. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Ms. Jackson, is Leonard your husband? Does he want to speak? Okay. Courtney Franklin is the last one. Mr. Leonard will be last, next to the last. I was going to give you time to.
You want to go?
You go right ahead, sir. You can pass him around. We like babies.
Superintendent and the rest of the board, thank you so much for the opportunity to giving me the chance to speak. I am Leonard Jackson, and I am from the city of Mineola and Oak Valley. This evening, we heard a very common thread. We heard about community, we heard about family, we even heard about home, and we heard about pride. A lot of that we saw very well put together by the extraordinary and well-spoken student representative, Kelsey, from the wonderful South Lake High School. So we do have a lot to be proud of in this community of South Lake. But I do want to address a quick issue for us. It's ironic to me that Kelsey made all of those wonderful points about pride and community, and yet we're here talking about everyone you see here, the lion's share of the people that got up spoke about community, pride. We heard about home and family and how someone actually felt at home. So at the end of the day, and at this juncture, the end of the night, we're not talking about a city that's trying to be divisive. What we're talking about is a bunch of residents who are standing up and doing what is the bedrock of this country that we live in. We're trying to speak out against what we see is wrong, and we want to keep community whole. We want to keep Mineola home, and we want you to vote for 6A. Thank you very much.
Courtney.
My turn?
Yes.
All right, I'm Courtney Franklin, and in the interest of full disclosure, I'm one of the names that was on that ABC, so go ahead and shoot the daggers now. Actually, where I'm coming from and I'm also a proud Lake County teacher, and I have 3 kids in the Lake County system. 2 boys go to South Lake High School and thrive there. From the beginning, this time last year, we started to talk to Mr. Matthias, who came to our SAC meetings. He came once, and if I may quote you, sir, you said that we are the most outspoken, largest SAC in South Lake County.
100%.
Thank you. Okay, so you understand at South Lake, we have a huge parental input. Mr. McHugh and his staff, some of which sat through here and are still back in the back, wave your hand, because they're in the interest of letting people know what a great school it really is. It has gotten a bad rap in the last couple of years. Why? I have no idea. Because the staff works their butts off, Mr. McHugh and his administrations work their butt off. So when we heard the parents and the children, the students of Lake Mineola who came to all of our meetings, by the way, there were 8, and we went through down every road. Okay, 8 meetings, volunteers, at least 3 hours at each meeting, going through number by number. Okay, so a couple of them we decided, look at this option 8. How about they both go, so it's not going to be you, it's me, or it's not his kid, it's my kid, that kind of a thing. So everybody go, but only the rising 9th graders. Because the one thread, as Michelle said, the one thread that came all the way through was, please let us finish what we started. We are in this school, we're in the club, we're in the sport, we're in the program, whatever. Let us finish it. So that's what we did, and we thought that would be a great thing. these kids that come to South Lake will be, as Kelsey put it beautifully, welcomed with open arms. And if they're not, there's the man right there, Mr. McHugh will take care of it. I don't think you understand what you're passing up. It's my turn. It's my turn.
Ma'am.
It's my turn.
Ma'am.
Okay. The point is, Lake Mineola is bursting at the seams. Bursting at the seams. Your kids are not going to get the classes they want because they don't have enough room for the kids to go in. South Lake, on the other hand, is at 65% capacity. We have the brick and mortar just waiting to welcome your children in, and the teachers just waiting to teach them. They have teachers with master's degrees. They have teachers with PhDs. We have AP classes. We have honors classes. We have sports. We have a booster club. We have everything that you need. Just give it a chance. You get out of something what you put in it. So if you start as a freshman, eagles soar too, just like hawks.
Thank you. Dr. Moxley, can you have Mr. Fix come back up?
Yes, Mr.
Before you do that, Madam Chairman, we need to ask one more
Okay.
time because of your announcement you made earlier. Is there anybody else who hasn't spoken who wishes to come forward at this time?
One at a time. Tell us who you are.
My name is Jim Duquette. I'm a resident, and I just wanted to ask how you guys got planned so poorly. I mean,
You need to speak, not ask questions.
well, you guys need to go home and ask yourself that. That's a brand-new high school, and you see houses going up all around, and I think that the new development is taking the new developments that are going in are taking precedent over the residents that have been there all along. So, I mean, I don't think this board would be in the position that you guys are at if it wasn't due to such poor planning. And I think that everybody's in this room and so worked up because you have a brand-new high school sitting there that just everybody spent a lot of time and effort building, and now it's a couple years old and it's at capacity. To me, that just begs to answer the question, how did you guys plan so poorly? And why did you plan so poorly, and why are we in this position now? I mean, there's a lot of degrees and there's a lot of doctorates, there's all these people here that have all this planning, and we have a brand-new high school sitting there, and it's at over capacity already. And now you want to divvy us up and treat us like we're just part of a map. I mean, that's not the way it should work. So I don't understand how we got to the point of such poor planning. It's really, to me, it's despicable that we got to this point. I mean, you guys saw the maps and you saw all this growth and you've done all this research. How did you not integrate a density map when you have the school? And if you have all these developments going in, then the developers should be stepping up and having a plan. And Superintendent, you said that you can't have a school until you're over capacity. So what you're going to do is react once there's a problem. To me, all you're doing is putting a Band-Aid on a sinking ship right now, because there's a lot more growth coming into the community, and you're going to be having this problem over and over again. So why don't we look at a long-term solution than a real solution instead of just sticking Band-Aids on things?
Thank you.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Make sure you give us your name, please.
Jackie Schroer. I'm from a family with 4 daughters, this being my youngest. I have 2 at Lake Mineola now, 1 at Claremont Middle, and she will be finishing Cypress Ridge. I don't know what I'm going to do when I have 2 different high schools next year. My kids are in the same sport, and it's cross country and track. I will not be able to be at 2 places. Even if my husband goes, it's at a different place every time. It's very unfair. The coaches we've grown to know and love, the teachers we've grown to know and love at Lake Mineola, they're not going to see that. They've been around the Lake Mineola families. As a family, we go to the track meets and the cross-country meets. That's not going to happen for them. The main reason, though, that I am up here is I can't believe it has not been brought up. Everybody at Lake Mineola, the kids are aware of all these addresses that are fake and false, and in your bylaws, I guess you could call it, your policies, it states on here that that you have to provide information showing your address, and it is not required to go there. my kids didn't make a certain team because everybody from East Ridge and South Lake took those spots. And it's well known, especially in the cheerleading community, that every kid there has a fake address. They know how to go about it. And they even, some of them have their driver's licenses changed. They buy a rental property. I cannot afford to do that. They rent it out and they pay the bills. The person that lives there don't have children and they use that address. Totally unfair. I don't see why we can't check up on that. It is well known. You could ask 10 kids and they could tell you, each one could tell you 5 different kids that they know that do that. That is a huge thing. That, and I know your numbers of the waivers have changed, but why the first week of school, before it even started, when the iPads were distributed and we were short, were those kids not told, sorry, there was an issue, we didn't realize we were over capacity? You're going to have to go to your assigned school. Because that's also in the policy. It says right here that you can only get a zone waiver if the school is not over capacity, which we were. So, I mean, now those kids have started at another school. And also, next year, those kids that have the waivers that got in this year, and they're going to be considered their siblings to be able to go to Mineola. That's what we've been told. And then they get to stay next year because they've been there. Those are questions that I would love to have answered. I don't have anything against the ABC board. I don't have anything against South Lake High School. But all these things should have been addressed before we went through all of this stress, because it's really breaking everyone up. Thank you.
No, we're gonna do it this way.
Okay.
If you give us your name, please.
Yes, Eva Artemovich. I want to thank everybody here, not just residents, but voters. And I want to remind you all that you're voters. So if you don't like this vote, please take it to the next election. And I want to thank everyone for staying, because for every one of these people that have a shirt on, there's 10 more people that couldn't come or came and had to go home. So I, with all due respect, I don't have anything against either school, but I have a child who's in middle school who attends games and supports Lake Mineola High School, who will not be able to go to that school. So all of that predictability and stability that kids thrive on, it's gone for him if you decide this 4A decision. And I too would like to move for re-verification of addresses for Lake Mineola, because it's not about the zone waivers, it's about the children who are attending and the serious numbers that you all are missing that aren't accounted for in those numbers.
Thank you very much.
My name is Jimmy Nussbaumer, and I had the opportunity to serve on the ABC committee. One of the things I want to say is that I've spent a lot of time on a lot of different boards and a lot of different committees. Every person that was on this committee was there because they cared about each kid. It's about the students. If the student lives just outside of the city limits, he's no longer part of the community. No, he's still part of that community, even though he doesn't live in the city limits. We cared about every student. I've served with a lot of different people, and this group was the most intelligent group that I've ever served with. Currently serve on boards with doctors, attorneys, CPAs, CFOs, some very intelligent school leaders. But the reason I say they're the most intelligent is because every question that's been brought up tonight was brought up. And not only was it brought up, they demanded an answer. We didn't always get the answer that we think that we should get. Everything was addressed, and everything that we didn't get an answer to was sent back to the staff to bring back to the board. So every question they had, every question about the busing, about the kids, every question was brought up. If they had a question, a thought, they asked it. If they weren't sure about how far it was from one school to another, they got in their own car, they drove from that subdivision to each school to find out what the time was. They're as passionate about the children as all of these people are about their community. Every child was considered. What is the least impact on these children? Now, option 8 was actually one of the options that was brought up in the very first meeting. A lot of these people don't understand all of these answers because they didn't sit through all of. You guys really couldn't understand all that was going through because only one of you spent the full time at one meeting. And I can promise you, the first two meetings, I wasn't exactly sure if I was coming or going. And I tell you, I had to lean on several of the older people, not older people, the more experienced people on this ABC committee to find out a little bit about what's going on. The staff was extremely helpful, but the decision was based. This is a decision that's going to impact students, period. I'm sorry, this is not a good position to be in for us or for you or for any of these people. Somebody has to move. It's a position that we're put in. Poor planning in the past, whose ever fault it was. We're in a position that we have a school that's overcrowded. We can't put anybody in there. We have a school that has, and we're still going to continue to grow. We're going to have problems all the way around. This is a problem that we have to address, whether we like it or not. Some people are not. Some students are going to be affected. But the question was, what is the least amount of impact on these students as a whole? How are we going to least impact them? And these people put their time in and did the due diligence that these people are asking for to give you a recommendation. I can tell you right now, if you'd asked the first meeting or two, we'd have had 12 different votes on which way to go. But at the end, they voted unanimously for this option because we truly believe it had the least amount of impact on the least amount of students and their education. And I think that's worth noting.
Thank you. Yes, sir. You can raise that mic. You're tall.
Okay, does that work?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good evening. My name is Dr. Judd Bristow. I teach U.S. Government AP Macroeconomics at South Lake High School. I'm also the head JV football coach at South Lake. I've been a teacher with Lake County Schools for 12 years. I've been at South Lake for 8. And I've heard several comments tonight about people being concerned about their children's future and about the impact this is going to have on the education their children receive. So I would like to take this opportunity to address some of the concerns of Lake Mineola families. It's understandable and expected that you would have, at the very least, reservations regarding this change. However, I hope to shed some light on the great work that we are doing over at South Lake. South Lake teachers pride themselves on providing a rigorous education, coupled with student support systems that help each Eagle be successful. On a given day at South Lake, you're going to find teachers working to help students who are struggling and to challenge those who are excelling. You'll see students who need special assistance getting one-on-one instruction from a support facilitation teacher, while you'll also see our National Honor Society students working with their advisor to plan massive community service projects. You can find our ROTC cadets practicing for hours after school to perfect their drills. And you can find students putting in extra time with their teachers long after the final bell has rung to get prepared for their end-of-course exams. You're even going to find you're going to find South Lake AP teachers at Panera Bread on Saturday morning, tutoring our AP students for free. Our teachers go the extra mile for our students because we have already held ourselves to high standards. South Lake High School has the highest percentage of teachers with advanced degrees, masters and doctorates, of any high school in Lake County, in fact, of any school in Lake County. South Lake exceeds the district average of teachers with advanced degrees by nearly 13%. Our culinary program has one of the highest ServSafe certifications rates in the state of Florida. We have 10 students from our FBLA who have qualified for state competition. We have the top FFA program in the state and one of the top in the nation. In fact, a South Lake student just received the top score for floriculture in the entire state of Florida. Our Navy JROTC unit has been named a distinguished unit 5 years in a row, and it is the only ROTC unit that you will find in the south end of Lake County. Everywhere you look, you're going to find great teachers and great students doing great things at South Lake High School. Our Eagles are known for being positive forces in the community. Now, our football team reached the playoffs this year, but our greatest impact came from raising funds and helping actually facilitate and run the American Cancer Society's Relay for Life event, which was held at our school. In fact, we received a lot of letters from organizations around the community about our football players and their conduct and their assistance in that evening. Our NHS is the largest and most active in Lake County, participates in service projects all over the community, also heavily involved with the American Cancer Society and Relay for Life. One of my favorite things about being an Eagle is the wonderful things we see our graduates do. I will step down, but I will tell you that we have great students, great teachers, and great administration at South Lake. Thank you.
Very much. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Lynette Pelletier. I was the chairperson of this ABC committee, and I didn't put a card in because I didn't necessarily plan on talking, but I'm going to defend my committee right now because I've listened to disparaging remarks. I've listened to people laugh at committee members and be rude and speak while they were trying to speak and get their points across, who've suggested that we haven't listened to the residents of the city of Mineola, which is absolutely not true. It was the committee that requested 6A be brought to a meeting. We asked them for map overlays with the city boundaries of Mineola included. It's not as though there's dogs in an invisible fence and anybody's going to get shocked once they move over that city line. Most of the kids probably don't even know where that city line is. And you're looking at these T-shirts and they say vote 6A, and underneath it in parentheses it should say move them, not us, because that's basically what it says. And I really hate to do this, but I'm going to call you out, Mr. Mathias, because you had 3 committee members on that committee and you are going against all 3 of them. I can understand people who didn't have an appointee on that committee, but I don't understand. You need to understand what you're doing to people who may volunteer in the future for something like this. We've put in hours and hours and hours, and I understand this is a late meeting. I don't want to be here, but we put in not just tonight's meeting, plenty of other meetings, plenty of background work, plenty of weekend work, and I would expect that you would respect the decision that we came to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dominic Horgesheimer. Obviously, I'm with the Mineola Group. And just for the record, the tone that you've heard from many of the committee members disparaging us blatantly out in front of here with fake tears, that's what we met. That's what we heard every week when we spoke to them about, hey, this is just our community. We're not divisive. We're not trying to hijack some school like it's ours. For God's sake, do you realize that the 3 communities of 6A, you can stand at the head of the community and you can see the lights of the high school across the field. That's where we live. All these people have kids that play sports at the MAC. Their kids, these parents go through this community where their young kids play in these parks. They play football, soccer. We have a facility. I don't want to belabor the point, but it stings to sit here because now you have seen exactly what all of us, and I was at every meeting, what the tone was. Anytime we come and raise a concern saying, excuse me, we just want to keep our community whole. You have an opportunity, like in a lot of places, to keep us whole. It's not an anti-4B. It's not an anti-anything. It is just pro-us. That's all. And I don't know. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Marie Dubois, and first of all, I am sure those folks on the committee did a lot of very hard work, and I know it's a very, very difficult decision. My granddaughter, the oldest one, is in 6th grade. Y'all are probably doing this again before she even gets to high school. And I have a different take on some of this. When you opened Mineola High School, did you open it with only 9th graders? I mean, when we move kids, when we remap and zone, you move everybody except seniors coming up. And this is a terrible precedent you're setting. The next time you open a high school, who's going to go? You're going to let all these kids stay that have been in 9th, 10th, 11th? How can you fill up a school that way? And I believe I heard tonight that there are 350 some odd kids too many at Lake Mineola, and this plan is only going to help by 150 or 100 and something. So you're not even taking care of the issue. That's my problem with it. You're not taking care of the issue, and you're setting a terrible precedent for future schools and future remaps and stuff. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Pull that mic down, please.
Hi, Darcy Wigwell. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I don't have any children in the Mineola area at this time, thank goodness. I know that there may have been a lot of work and sweat and tears put into this ABC that only addresses one option, which is 8. I also have lived in the community of Claremont, Mineola for over 13 years, and I have watched the school board continuously make decisions, as a gentleman said before. You put a Band-Aid on it, we have a full school. We put a Band-Aid on it, we have a full school. When you're affecting these children's lives and the community in which they live in. These parents have said, this is why we came here. This is why we were here. They put in the blood, sweat, and tears. They've put in the hard work. They're the ones in the community. And it's not a matter of Mineola or Groveland. I think someone said something about South Lake. Everybody is South Lake. The point is that I have watched children go from Claremont Middle School to East Ridge, then East Ridge is overcrowded. Now we're going to make Lake Mineola the high school. Now it's overcrowded. Now students have to go to South Lake. I would propose or hope that all of you at some point would stop, take this back, and really think about what we're looking at, like the woman just said. In 5 years from now, in 10 years from now, the ABC people have numbers. They're projecting it out. Look at what's happening and plan down the road, not just right now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Oscar Trujillo. Honestly, I don't have skin in this game because my kids and I live in the reserves of Mineola. They could literally, when they get to the age, they'll walk across the street. But I do remember when I came here to Mineola, I picked it because of the community, because I just retired from the United States Marine Corps after 20 years, September 30th. All right? I served my country, and what I wanted to say is I'm proud to see you all voicing your opinion, whether you're on your one side or not, because that's what I fought for 20 years. What I can say is when I did move in the community, I knew in 2008 there was going to be a high school there. All right? I knew Turnpike Extension was coming up. All right? I knew all that, okay? So numbers could be numbers. Everybody could turn a number into what they want, okay? In the Marine Corps, we say something, keep it simple, stupid. We use KISS as an acronym, okay? We back plan. We see the future of what might happen, and we plan that way. That's what I need you guys to consider, okay? Big issue, school. Build more schools. Talk to the community. Everybody here has skin in the game. I don't. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it. I know you have a hard decision, and people are going to be hurt, but at least everybody spoke and gave their opinion here. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to stop comment after you, sir,
Michael Sawyer.
unless you're getting in line.
Michael Sawyer from Oak Valley. My situation is a little different because we homeschool. My daughter is 11, is the oldest, and she's what you would consider a rock star student. She's comprehension, probably a 10th, 11th, I believe my wife said, is what her testing was. So when she gets to age, we were looking at Mineola, also because that's where my niece goes. So we attend events there. And I heard, it's being divided by a city. It's not a city. It is the residents of the city. This wasn't organized by a mayor or vice mayor. This is all the individuals. There are events going on in Mineola. It's the Mineola residents that go there. The other thing I heard is the teacher representative, I can't remember his name, was talking about jobs coming up that people haven't even thought of, new technologies and things. That was one of the things we were looking forward to with Mineola as well. And the other comment was about the snickering. The group's been behind me. I've heard the snickers on the other side as well, so don't play it one time. I'm sure they did a great, they worked very hard at coming up with it. However, you're talking about different numbers because there was never a legit number with 6A. It was 8, only 8. So why don't you at least hold off and get a real number for 6A?
Thank you.
I'm his dad.
You want to tell us your name, though, Mr. Dad?
Alan Sawyer.
Okay.
I also live in Oak Valley. I know that they did an awful lot of work, granted, but everyone is here from Mineola because the school is called Mineola High. If the school board didn't want anyone to actually get attached to the school, maybe they should have made it North Lake High. It has to do with the name, it has to do with the community, and what are they going to do with the kids that they are going to send to South Lake when the 110 houses are done less than a mile away from South Lake? And they're almost done now. Are they going to move the kids further? I mean, the whole thing needs to be reconsidered.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we are going to deliberate here. Dr. Moxley.
Yes, I know. I am going to ask Carrie Fix to come back up so that we can address questions. Board members, there's a couple items that we need to just highlight here. First of all, to everybody in this room here, thank you for your comments. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for being here and staying the course here this evening. Everyone's voice is very important. Again, there is no child that we want to move from their home school. I mean, bottom line is, none of us want to do that. I know Ms. Shepard's in the audience, and she loves every one of the students that attend her school, and she doesn't want any of them to move. And she welcomes everyone that's coming in. And so, that's part of the tough call here. I don't have background, board, to tell you about, we heard a couple people reference land donated for the residents of Mineola. I don't have background on that. Mr. Johnson is our resident expert on that topic, so he, I guess, will be able to answer any questions that you have on that. When I came on board, the school was already in design and the land was already, in the school board's possession at that point in time. Option 8, what it does is it combines 4B and 8A, but delays 6A, I'm sorry, 6A, but delays it grandfathers the students in and does the roll-up with 9th grade. No one's talked about 4B here tonight. And the only thing that I need to call your attention to, we've heard all the speakers talk about Mineola and keeping that intact with 6A, but we also had some speakers here that were talking about the Lincoln Park community. And I need you to know that whatever the decision is regarding the recommendation with 8, 6A moves the Lincoln Park and other parts of downtown Claremont. I need you to know that while it does keep this segment of the Mineola population intact, what it does when you look at that map, the northern part is redistrict and the southern part is redistrict, but that middle section stays. That is my concern with 6A, in all honesty, is that it chunks it up and it moves students now. Same thing with 4B, it takes the northern part. I believe there's a segment of the Mineola community that would stay intact and stay at Lake Mineola, but that northern part would go, but it would keep the community in the Claremont, downtown Claremont area, and Lincoln Park would then stay intact at Lake Mineola. Again, there's some people in the audience that would be thrilled with 6A. There's some people in the audience that would not be thrilled with 6A. I think probably just like there is with 8, and if we had 4B here being discussed, you would have people in the community here speaking to that as well. So again, I wanted to make sure you understood how those maps are drawn. The addresses that are fake or false, that's an area we all need to work together on, because frankly, sometimes it's finding a needle in the haystack, but we need to continue to work on that. And I agree with what people were saying here on that one. The comment about building more schools, it is not that we are not willing to be proactive and be forward thinking and being pre-planned. The fact of the matter is it is a funding issue. We need to have dirt turned right now for a high school, a middle school, and an elementary school in South Lake County. The problem is that this board and this organization does not have the funding capacity, and frankly, it's going to be tough to get when you have empty seats. Because of the state regulations. So there are some regulations that strap this board from being that forward thinking. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clarified. And that's where I'll stop talking and let
Okay.
you all deliberate. Mhm.
You know, you can't. Would you
I
address?
believe our attorney can answer that. I believe our attorney has the background of information for that.
Yeah, but if we did it in the middle of the day, you would still have the same problem because you can't take off from work. So we do it at night so you can be here. Let the attorney talk. Thank you. Mr. Johnson, you were around when the deal was made for that property with,
Yes, ma'am. I've negotiated the deal with the company that in 2007. I think the agreement was entered in 2008. The sole consideration that the board gave for that property was that the 430-something high school students, all that would live within the DRI that was developed at the time, that was already established at the time, would not have to meet any other concurrency other than an agreement that they would pay impact fees if they were required. There was no reference to it being, as a matter of fact, there's a specific paragraph that we put in all those agreements at the time that there was no third-party beneficiary, no other entity, whether it's a government or private, had any right or interest in it, and there was never any reference in any of the discussions that I had with the owner's representative of any consideration for the city of Mineola.
okay, I think that answers that. Okay, board members, who wants to start? Go ahead, Rose. Ms. Brandyberg.
Thank you. It is late. You all have been here all evening with us, and I thank you. This is not an easy decision. There were comments made, and the one gentleman that talked about poor planning, well, I guess we can take partial ownership for that, but you can thank the county commission for approving developments where there are no schools or that are going to impact student stations. You can also thank the county commission because right now we are collecting $2,500 per home, new home that is being built. It'll cost us minimal for a brand new elementary school, $20 million. We would need 8,000 new homes that are built in non-55 plus communities, because 55 plus communities do not pay school impact fees. They do not. So if we have 8,000 new homes, do you think we only need one elementary school? We're going to need multiple schools. So we have so many issues where it comes to funding. When the schools were built back in the early 2000 to mid-2000, that's where this school board, and none of us were sitting here at the time, incurred over $600 million worth of debt. So this school board gets criticized for the debt that we are paying off. But it's for schools that are now 10 years old, that are going to have maintenance issues. So we're down to a little over $300 million that we are still paying. We have no bonding capacity, so we can't go and just borrow money to build a new school. This board talked earlier today about looking at property down near the Four Corners. 40 acres is going to cost us $3.25 million. We've got to find that money, and then we got to figure out how are we going to get the money to build that one school. So we have so many issues that we need your help with. And I appreciate the passion. But when I think that the one gentleman who said he has a daughter that's a sophomore in high school, is it fair for that young lady to have to leave her high school to go to another high school? So that students who are not even ready to go into high school will have to start at a school that they, have not attended to. So I commend the ABC committee. They put in long hours, and they've taken a lot from a lot of people. They gave their time to this. It's all about the students. It's all about the students. It's about the students who are already 9th, 10th grade. The 11th graders will go into their senior year, but it's the 9th and 10th graders that will have to move if we do not go with option 8. And so I say these students who are already invested in their program, and their sport, and their activities, it's important for them. It's important for them. I appreciate that people are so passionate about education, because all of us are. And someone made the comment about voting us out. Yes, you have that option of voting us in or voting us out. But none of us are sitting up here worried about, will we be reelected in 2 or 4 more years? If we are, then we should not be sitting up here to begin with. Thank you. So this is one board member talking, and I am not going to move students who are already vested in their school to have to move to another high school. We were I was so honored with our young man who spoke so passionately about Southlake High School tonight. And then we had the student who, she's been accepted to the University of Florida in Stetson, and she's waiting to hear back from Harvard. And she's going to be a graduate of Southlake High School. We have excellent schools. We really do. And there was one person who said, it's what you put into it is what you get out of it. So I applaud you all for being here, and I'm going to make a lot of you who are here tonight mad with me, but with our options, I will be supporting 8.
Okay, I have a question of Harry before I go to the next board member. There was a lot of discussion about going back to the table. Isn't the timing that you told us, if we don't move forward now, there's no way that we could put this into effect for August because we run out of time? Is that correct or not? I wanted that answer for the people that ask about going back to the drawing board.
Not certain. I may have to ask Mr. Johnson if we do not go with option 8, but we go with an option 6A or 4B, such that option 8 is only impacting the rising 9th graders. If we go with an option that impacts rising 9th graders, 10th graders, 11th graders, would that mean that we need to hold a first public hearing?
Any change that you're going to make along any of those lines are going to result in you having to go back and preliminary approve it and then wait the 28 days for the final approval.
Which
So
means we run out of time.
Well, that becomes the problem is, here we are in March, so the next board that we would get this on, later March?
I need to ask clarifying questions. I'm not sure you're saying the same thing. Mr. Johnson, you're saying that they could do a first read tonight if they did something different than, like, let's say they wanted to go with 6A or 4B, one of those two. This would count as the first read tonight?
Yes.
Okay. See, that was different than what, that's why I wanted to ask the clarification. What I think Mr. Fitz.
If you have a plan that you can implement and state with enough certainty tonight, then yes, it would be the first reading, and you'd have 28 days until you have the final reading.
Okay, the other question I have for you, Harry, on 4B, it leaves Lincoln Park at Lake Minneola High School, that development. On your map it does. Okay, what it does do, though, is it takes the current students and moves them. So the kids that are in 9th through 12th would be moved, 9th through 11th. Would be moved in option 4B. The only one that leaves the students intact is 8.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Mr. Mathias.
I want to first address the ABC committee, which I absolutely respect each of you and the work that you've done. And you are correct, I had 3 appointees. and it grieves me to not be able to support your recommendation, but I don't. The idea that that we would take an incoming class and move it does set a dangerous precedent. I agree with Marie, because we're going to have to do this again. The other is we received the transportation cost, excuse me, on Friday. So we finally now have received that number, and it's about $216,000 after the 3 years, of which we get funded at about 45%, by the way, because I've run all the numbers. The truth is that if you look at this group, and I do have some reservations, by the way, when I attended but didn't stay the whole night at the public hearing, 6A and 4 were the only two options that were discussed. Overwhelmingly, when I left the room, 6A was by far the choice. And then I received an email later that 8 had been decided, and I had to call you the next day, Harry, and ask you what 8 was, because I had never heard of it before. So, and not that there's anything secret or anything going on. Everybody's trying to do the right thing. Don't misunderstand. But what I didn't realize when I supported 6A is I didn't know the history of Lincoln Park. So for me, a discussion would be between 4 and 6A now, just total transparency. So I'd want to have a discussion about that, and then we would settle in. But I think it's important to keep as much of Mineola, because the gentleman who spoke about all the benefits of Mineola, you've got a high school. That's what you got. That is your community. And I think that as a board, we should respect that, and we should not vote for 8 and have a conversation about either 6A or 4.
Ms. Luke?
Wow. Thank you all for coming out here tonight and sitting here so late for us. And it's a very emotionally charged situation because we're talking about children. So I get it. I do have a couple of questions, I think, before I can make a decision too. Do we know when we are expecting South Lake to be at capacity? I know we have a growth plan, and it's not in front of me to look back at. Do you, off the top of your head, know when?
We have that laid out if we look at option 8. If we don't look at option 8, part of the criticism that's been said tonight is the lack of planning. There was a lot of planning. What we're required to do by our interlocal, we're required to rely on the cities for population projections. And in fact, when the ABC originally did this, there are 2 factors that we do not now have that were in place at the time. One was the city of Groveland was one of the fastest growing cities at the time. Right. When the economy bottomed out, many of those development orders, which are still in effect, they stopped completely. But new development picked up east of 27 that wasn't even in the pipeline before. So now all of a sudden development shifted. And that had to do with the economic downturn and the economy and so on. But another factor was the ABC knew that Lake Mineola would continue to grow, but it was scheduled to have a wing added to it in the future. When we didn't collect the impact fees for 3 years and didn't collect the $32 million, we didn't get money to do a wing. Now, as the superintendent said, the problem becomes if you have available capacity over here, the state's not going to even allow you to move forward with the wing anyway. But once again, in planning, the city of Groveland had these projections, and it was growing at the time before that economy bottomed out. But then the stopgap measure was as well, Lake Mineola was going to have the addition. Both of those things didn't occur, so it's not a lack of planning. Now, getting back to when South Lake will then take off, every year, and actually on the 23rd, is it, when we have Deanna coming? Every year we go through a demographic update and look and take that snapshot again. And one of the things that has one of the biggest impacts on our demographics, especially in South Lake County, is the economy. And as that economy heats up, we're going to see growth return. Right now, no, we're not going to see for a number of years at South Lake High School. Now, Next year, when we look at the projections, if the economy continues to heat up, instead of years, it'll be, you'll start bringing it in a year and so on. But right now, we're looking at an option that would give us and I've heard the word Band-Aid for the next 4 to 5 years that then gets us through that.
Okay. So 4 to 5 years, generally speaking, without those numbers in front of us, till South Lake is then at capacity.
Well, that's with option 8. Without option 8, it'll be a few more years beyond that.
Okay. Did you guys just, we talked about this a little bit too. I was not aware of the Claremont, the downtown Claremont area being rezoned several times also. So I would also, I think I'm leaning that way to discuss those two options as well in all transparency, because if that community has been moved multiple times, is there a way we can look at not moving that community? I mean, did you guys discuss how many times it's been moved already and divided?
We did. In fact, there's the reason it's hard to answer is because, of course, there's not just high school attendance boundary changes. There's elementary, there's middle, there's high, and there's been reconfigurations of schools even over that time as Cypress Ridge became a full magnet school. So there's been lots of changes in that Claremont area over time, and we'll continue to see lots of changes as growth occurs.
And it would be nice to know that that community was being looked at as far as all of those different changes that are happening, especially with the pace of growth with South Lake and of future ABC committees, that they're really looked into hard. My other question is the policy for rezoning, one that allots our adjustments, where we talked about when a high school opens, we move everybody except the upcoming 11th grade, but this time we're moving 9th, 10th, 11th graders. So I don't know if I know we had our policy discussed earlier about our address verification, and I'll get to that too, because that's a big concern that I have also, but are we setting ourselves up either way in a precedent, to be honest with you, whether we're going to move kids, keep them together, or we're going to move them? I think there's either way, there's a potential for.
And there is. It becomes a little different when you're opening up a brand new high school. When you're opening up a brand new high school, of course, generally it's the 9th, 10th, and 11th that may move, and I can't even remember if sometimes we might just move the 9th and 10th grade, but it becomes a little bit easier in that new school can maybe replicate some of those programs and bring in some of what was at the other school. I think that in my colleagues, I've discussed this issue with them, and they're all confronting it, at least with attendance boundary adjustments between high schools. Many of our districts or peer districts are looking at phases because that the programs have become so much more paramount than ever before at the high school level, where high schools are offering unique programs one from another. When it was that they were maybe all offering X, Y, Z, then it didn't matter as much. But with the uniqueness of programs in schools that are in geographic proximity to one another, it does become more problematic.
Right. The other thing I can say 100% that I'm not in favor of is the students that are being grandfathered in that we can't verify their addresses. No way do I want to see students that don't actually live in that area being grandfathered in and not looked at. So if that's something that the district is going to look into.
And we agree. We are very happy to do that. There is a lot of logistical problems with that, because just like many people highlighted here, the fact of the matter is that every year when iPads are distributed at Lake Minneola, parents have to show their driver's license. You're required, I think it's a 30-day window to get your driver's license if your address changed. But how many of those driver's licenses are accurate? We don't know whether they're accurate or not. I mean, and then the fact that someone even went so far to say that people buy a house and then rent it but pay the utilities, so the utilities are still in their name. That may occur. We will never know that. But and the other fact of the matter is nobody wants to tell on anybody else. And so we're through osmosis supposed to know who's giving a fake address. Some of it is just logistically. There are some things that we just we can't get to the bottom of that. But I will guarantee you there are situations right now where we, and working with the school, that we actually send people out to the neighborhood, to the homes, to see where they actually living there. And again, if you don't know, if nobody lets you in answers the door. We've gone there, and we don't have staff to sit there and camp out 24 hours a day to do that. So, there's all those intricate things. I agree. It is a problem, and we all need to work together to get to the bottom of that.
Definitely. I think I just have one more comment, and the moment's pause that I have about 8, to be completely frank, is that I've heard one of the ABC committee members say that 8 was on the table the whole time, that it was discussed multiple times and kept coming back. But then at the public input meeting, it was just 4 and 6, and then 8 came after that. And so that's really difficult to swallow, because I feel like at a public input meeting, we're there to get public input. And I was told that the reason was we didn't have the time to get the information together to present at the public hearing. But at the same time, it was always there. So that's my confusion about if it was always something that was there, if it was always something that you guys were considering, then why wasn't it presented at the public input meeting?
What was always there is the notion of looking at whatever option of looking at 9th grade only. When you start looking at, in this instance, both 4A, 6B move close to equitable numbers of students. So if you start looking at moving only 1 grade, then you have to increase the size of the area that you're looking at in order to get the numbers to begin to work. And as someone pointed out, and it only half works in the first year. It's not until the second year that it starts fully implementing. So the ABC talked early on about whatever they looked at looking at just the 9th grade phase-in. And what was said early on is, if you do that, you then have to start increasing the geographic area. So they had always had that in mind, that they might do that and look at that. So to that degree, when they came to what they set up as their community input meeting, and bear in mind, every meeting of the ABC was a community input meeting, they just chose to label one a community input meeting. But they had community people at every meeting giving input all along the way. Because they didn't have the final numbers to put out there for option 8, and because it would be yet a third option, they didn't want to confuse the people. The purpose was to hear, are you in favor of 6A, 4B? How do you feel about either one of those options? What they heard very strongly from especially the students that were currently in the schools was, in both 6A, 4B, we don't want to move. So it was after then hearing, okay, none of the current students especially want to move, then we need to go to the option 8, go back to putting both options together and look at only a rising 9th grade.
Right. And that's why the only 6A and 4B don't have the phase-in, because it wouldn't give us the numbers. But 8 gives us the numbers. It accomplishes what this whole task set out, that it's going to move students to South Lake and give them enough numbers, even with the phase-in.
In not the first year, but the beginning then in the second year. The first year it starts and then it keeps going along. And of course, then with the projections, it even starts bringing it down a bit, because you're starting to put now growth in there as well.
Excuse me, Harry. It gives you the numbers. 4B or 6A give you the numbers immediately. 8 gives it over almost a 4-year period of time.
But have I understood Ms. Luke's comment correctly with a phase-in? But yes.
Okay. But if we phased in 4B and 6A,
No.
it wouldn't happen.
Because you're cutting that geographic area in half, therefore
Right.
the number in half.
I get it.
But you're correct if you do the 9 through 11, and either one of those
Right.
accomplishes it in the first year.
In the first year.
Okay, Ms.
Mrs. Luke, you bring up a point here that, a phase-in with either 4B or 6A, you would be faced with doing some other things in addition to get the impact that you would need at Lake Minneola, be it, return out of zone waivers, or, looking at some other options there.
I'm good for now.
Mark, Mr. Dodd?
Yeah, one of the things that I've felt through this entire process, honestly, is surprised. That I feel like I've been working under a set of numbers that may or may not be true, and so I just struggle to use that to say that I'm making an educated decision. That I looked back at our original meeting on January 26-ish, and I read back through the minutes and where I asked if if we didn't rezone, if we would need to do portables next year, or if we need to do portables, and the answer was yes. But then Ms. Luke had asked if it would actually be next year, and we were told no, it would be about year 3 if we didn't do any rezoning. So I was kind of going on some of that information, as well as I was working off of the numbers that were posted from the Advisory Boundary Committee's January 5th meeting that show me that in a few years, South Lake would be 500 students over capacity. But then we get a new set of numbers today that show when you take into account growth, it actually won't be 500 over capacity, it'll be under capacity. And to me, I struggle with that. I don't know how that works out to be. And one of the things I'd also asked for as well were projections that take into account growth for 6A and 4B and if we did no rezoning. And while I recognize that maybe I asked for too much, I feel like that's an important piece that I would need to make an educated decision on that. The other surprise, I think, for me was when that email came with the transportation numbers. I think I had to pick my eyeballs up off the floor when I found out how expensive that was. And I felt like that was downplayed a bit as to what it would really cost. That we were told about the state's going to reimburse so much already, no matter what school they're going to, and the percentage of high school students that actually use bus transportation wasn't really that. It was only about half anyway, and that number decreases over as they get older. So to see a number that was over $200,000, it was a complete shock and complete surprise for me. And I wish I would have had that, before the weekend going into this vote. There were a couple other things that I mentioned back at that January 26th meeting at our workshop, some concerns of mine. Honestly, I'm not sure that those concerns are resolved. One of them was a clear zone waiver policy, and I credit the district with doing great work in figuring out a more clear policy that I feel a lot more comfortable with, and I hope that we'll continue to fine-tune that to get reasons, requiring more specific reasons as to why people are zone wavering into or out of a school. Some of the other things that I expressed concern about that day were the address policies. And we had a workshop where we looked at other counties' address policies, and they seem to be a lot tighter than ours. And so I feel like in good conscience, without a good policy in place here, I just don't know how I could proceed forward there. Another key component I've heard from a lot of teachers as well as students who attend South Lake High School is the technology piece, the accessibility of technology. And I know that they're on a bring your own technology plan, and I'm told that it's not taken advantage of as much as they like, because when you look at the demographic, I guess that population has trouble just bringing their own tablet because it's on a school supply list. And as I think about the state's course of assessments, the students are going to take those assessments online, and there's a significant advantage in my mind to a student who's been completing their assignments electronically versus a student who's been completing their assignments in paper pencil. And and maybe that, I know that's part of a whole other discussion, but I just haven't seen anything come forward on the district to figure out how to rectify that technology accessibility piece. I went to a meeting in downtown Claremont area with a lot of members of the community, and I'll tell you that was the group that really tugged at my heartstrings a lot, that made me wonder about option 8, honestly. When I heard about how many times this group has been shaken up and rezoned, the only plan that keeps them is 4B. But I told that group, I said, there's no way, just making a guess that there's support for 4B out here. So then do you go with 8 because it doesn't disrupt the current body? But looking at the community we've got here tonight, there's certainly a significant disruption to be said for that. So I think where I am at this point is I would honestly like to go back to the drawing board to look at Lincoln Park, as well as trying to keep part of Mineola the best that we can do.
Harry? Go back to the drawing board. How do we do that?
We might be able to vote on 4B, though.
Okay, Doctor, go ahead.
We need to ask Mr. Johnson, the recommendation that's on the floor is the final approval of option 8. So they need to take care of that vote, right? Or not? Or
They need that.
There's been no motion.
act or not act on your recommendation. But they need to be offered an opportunity to act on the recommendation.
Okay, so the thing, so right now that recommendation's on the floor. So if there's no motion, then it just.
Then they've acted by
they've acted
failing to
by
act.
failing to
Yes,
act.
ma'am.
Okay.
Is there a motion? Seeing none.
Okay.
Okay.
Then at this point in time, we will need direction from the board, or if there's a motion for something else.
One of the other options.
other
that are-
options.
and it would probably have to be something that was one of the options that have already been developed, because otherwise it'd be very difficult for you to state it closely enough to be able to use it as an advertisement.
Okay, board members, one of the items in anticipation of some of the commentary, in looking at, my concern with 6A is, I understand what everybody said here, and all very good reasons, and I certainly support the opinions of the people that are here. My concern is that downtown Claremont, Lincoln Park area on 6A. If we're looking at, the northern part and keeping the parts of Mineola that intact, and the Claremont, downtown Claremont and Lincoln Park area, I think you've addressed a lot of the concerns that have been brought here. It does not get you the numbers of the relief that you would need to get at Lake Mineola High School. So the question is that then how do we do that? I mean, there's a variety of ways you can do that. You can close the school completely and take the out-of-zone waivers, students that are there, and move them back, return them, or you can grandfather the out-of-zone waivers that are there and not allow siblings to come in, or any combination therein. You would get a few more numbers there. The other question is, do you want to start looking at portables at Lake Mineola High School? If you do portables, there is an expense involved there. It would, like right now, to address the overcrowded that is Lake Mineola, I believe we probably need 11 portables there today. I mean, I have to give Ms. Shepherd kudos for how she uses her space, because she is probably the most efficient individual with the space that she has based on the number of overcrowdedness that she has right now. Again, looking at, the school's closed for out-of-zone waivers, so there's no new ones coming in.
What's the cost for 11 portables?
Let me look at, well, I can tell you that if we were to put new portables in there, under the new pricing that we got, it is, because Lake Mineola does not have any infrastructure for portables, you're talking about leasing them. You would have to pay for the delivery, the installation, the power, the data, the life safety, which is the fire alarm, the fiber, and sidewalks. You're looking at about $42,000 per portable. First initial to put them in. So that would be, times 10. So you're looking at about $422,000 for 10 portables. And based on the location of where those would be, I believe you'd probably need a restroom portable in that.
But that does not take, we've had this discussion
Yes.
already.
Mhm.
We have to get capacity at South Lake
Yes.
so that we can work towards the programming being equitable.
do.
Okay? 4B moves 295, right? Is what Mr. Fix said.
Mr. Fix, can you confirm Mr. Mathias's question?
Versus 341 on 6A. So if we take
And that is
4B,
coded students, but yes.
whatever that means.
That means,
How many was that? 243?
Hmm?
How many was that?
295 is what he said a minute ago.
and then you,
341 on 6A,
Mhm.
right?
correct.
If we took, again, I'm sensitive to this Lincoln Park issue, which is moving me towards 4B. If we took 4B at 295, said that we're going to stop any you can work the number through zone waivers and finding these fraudulent addresses or whatever. I think we can get to the same number.
But 4B, would we be moving the students who are already there?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Can't go.
The question is that 4B, what does that do to the city of Mineola, Harry, in that respect? I mean, that's a question that I hear.
Yeah.
It does just the same thing to Mineola that option 8 does.
Okay.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't cut, other than this one little swatch right here.
All of the people that spoke tonight are
You're right. There is a bit of Mineola that stays in, but then you get north of, is it Grand? And then it does catch those neighborhoods.
So it actually divides
I-65.
it. It divides it.
Yeah,
So
so, I
part
mean,
stays in,
The older part of Mineola would stay in, but then that part up there,
It stops it right there, so all of the subdivisions.
Right here.
Right.
But there's only one subdivision, isn't it, right here?
No, there's more than one in there.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to recommend that since we need some time, and I'm not ready to speak about this.
Okay, is
Well,
that
one of the things that we would have to have brought to us, back to us, is what would be a plan that would leave the current students at Lake Mineola High School and not move them. Because both 4B and 6A will move the current students to another high school. And we all need to take those students into consideration because those are the ones that this impacts now. And if you're willing to say those students, because right now, school will start in August, so people will leave here tonight. We're no further than we were. So you can't go home and tell your child, oh, you're going to Lake Mineola or you're going to South Lake High School. Because and to know that we come back with another plan, and that'll be in about 2 weeks, because it has to be at a public meeting. Then we have to wait 28 days after that to come back again. So this is March 9th.
What is your point?
My point is, we're going to be the end of the school year and students not knowing where they're going to start in August. That is my point.
Yes, sir.
I don't think you're right about that.
Well, I'm thinking about these students.
Okay.
Dr. Moxley.
What we can do is, if you're not comfortable in moving forward with either 4B or 6A tonight, one of the things, if we look at, considering all the comments that we're taking, if we took 6A and kept, and did not move the southern part of that option, which is the downtown Claremont, we can run those numbers. Now, I think we've done a little preliminary on that. And hold on.
Wait a minute, please.
I mean, that pleases everybody in this audience, but I'm telling you, it is still problematic because it does not give you the numbers to provide adequate relief of Lake Mineola, nor does it start to fill South Lake to capacity, Mr. Mathias, that you're referring to. You would have to do a combination of solutions if you chose to do that one. If you choose, meaning out of zones, portables, that combination, you will have to do a combination of things. If you want to overlay and then not grandfather in existing students and not and do the zoning with that portion and only move rising ninth graders, again, we can do that, but the numbers will become so minuscule, you still have to do a combination of those other things. Portables will have to be in one of those conversations. That's all I'm saying.
And does that leave the current students in?
That would grandfather in the 10th, 11th, and 12th graders that are rising.
Okay.
And your rising ninth graders, But again, you're going to have to put portables there. You're going to have to close it and send back all out of zones.
And-
I mean, in any combination. We can run numbers for that.
And those weren't some of the options that were really available to the ABC.
Right.
So that's why we don't have those. We
Right.
didn't have the option to be able to put more portables. We didn't have the option to control the zone waivers and so on.
Can I ask the numbers that we also include? Because I think I hear one of the concerns also is that the programming in regards to what's available here and what's available not here, and that the students need to get there, and also the available technology. So is a different solution one that's going to be to support the school with technology, and then we feel comfortable with that move with students going that way? I mean, that's another numbers game, is it not? How much does it cost to equip the high school with the technology to make it accessible and equal? I don't.
Well, you have that dilemma at every other high school other than.
Listen, I'm looking at the programs, like some of the programs on the CTE colleges, and thinking about my North End schools down here and wishing that they had some of the programs that are at these South End schools. I can tell you that right now.
Point out a precedent that would then
Right.
be set.
Right.
So we need to be, those are all the factors you have to consider. Every school needs an increase in technology. Yes, you are correct on that. Mhm.
Okay.
So we're looking for direction.
Is there someone making a motion to table this or to? Oh, okay. Approve anything? Okay. Then that's it.
But what would be the timeline? Because I don't think it's going to, I just want to be comfortable with 4B modified. I want to get into that more.
Okay.
But what is a reasonable timeline that we can get back together and put something out there?
Sure, that's a very, very fair question. A reasonable time frame is immediately. We need to come back into a workshop setting to discuss what possible scenarios you want. Then the timeline is, if we want to have this resolved prior to the end of the school year, way before the end of the school year, and we're already in the last quarter, because these schools have to plan for the number of students, and we're already going to be, they're scheduling now, as a matter of fact. They're allocating, and we've got a 28-day window. So the next time you can come back together as a workshop is on the 23rd. That means the first board meeting in April would be first read, if you're going to problem solve this at the board table, which then you've got a 28-day, you're looking at the last board meeting in May before you can have final approval.
But you couldn't call for an emergency meeting?
Yeah, I was going to say, Superintendent, when was the first reading? What meeting were you talking about? The first meeting in April?
Yes, unless we
Which is,
unless we did a special.
you could have a special meeting 28 days after that meeting if you needed to move forward, right?
You do it all in April.
My question,
Oh, that's pushing it, right, the
Right.
first week in May.
but what I hear you saying, Mr. Johnson, is if we workshop this on the 23rd, they could call a special meeting within whatever the 7 days or the timeline in the
Before
board
the end of
policy.
April. Or,
And then get-
excuse me, before the end of March.
You've got to get that 28 days running.
So you could get it, the last week in April potentially.
But when's the first time we can workshop it so we can be all on the same page?
Third?
No,
Unless
that,
you
you can't make that an emergency? Like, I could be
I won't be
tomorrow.
here.
Call a workshop in a week.
I will not be here. So no, we can't. I have to be there. We need a full board on this.
It would be the 23rd, so if you want to, you can call a workshop any time of the day on the 23rd, because it's going to take some time to work through this. So I would say that is a regular school board meeting that night, that you would.
We need to schedule, I know it sounds ridiculous, like 8 hours.
I
We'll
think
run
we
the
should start
GIS.
at 9 o'clock in the
with
morning.
us.
Yeah.
And
we can work it.
Hammer it out.
you'll basically be doing a crash course ABC.
Right. Or 8 o'clock in the morning.
You can have that meeting be a special meeting in case you can come up with a plan at the end of the meeting. You can
That you can
already
vote
have a
for.
Yeah.
tentative approval.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
So,
So
that.
the 23rd will be an actionable workshop potentially.
So-
Special meeting.
What we will do is we will advertise the 23rd at 9 o'clock in the morning as a special meeting for the purposes of working on, I'm sorry.
You need a very big space.
Okay, then we'll need to look at a workspace to do that in. We'll have to see what room, where we can secure space.
Okay.
Okay?
Public safety building, probably best. Okay. That's where we're at. Thank you. Dr. Moxley, we have other items. And David has told me that we are going to have to be out of here in 30 minutes, and that was 10 minutes ago, so.
The next item on the agenda, 11.02, has been pulled. 11.03 is tentative approval of policy 7.62, audit committee charter. This, if we could have everyone quietly leave, we'll continue our business. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
This was workshopped this afternoon, so at this time, I'm going to put a recommendation for tentative approval of policy 7.62, audit committee charter, as presented with the minor changes that were made at the workshop today. This is a public hearing.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes, the matter before the board is tentative approval of policy 7.62, audit committee charter. Is there anyone here this evening that wishes to speak to this particular matter? If so, please come forward to the microphone at this.
Come on, Vance.
I agree with it. Go ahead.
I believe that closes the public hearing.
You've heard the superintendent's recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Who made the motion? Mark?
Mark.
Seconded by Bill. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Superintendent's report.
Due to the lateness of the hour, I will hold my report for another meeting.
Okay, board members.
I do,
Can you wait or
yep,
not?
I can wait.
Okay. Mark?
I'll wait.
Roseanne? Bill?
I'm good.
And I'm good. This meeting is adjourned.